Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I think we can go ahead and get started. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Manitou Springs City Council for October the 18th, 2022. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
Yes, city council members Judith Chandler,
Present.
Julie Wolf,
Here.
Natalie Johnson,
Here.
Nancy Fortune,
Present.
Michelle Weatherholt,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem John Shada.
Here.
Thank you. Oh, we need to turn it on. And Mayor John Graham.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if the minutes would show that Mr. Shada is here via telephone. Okay. Okay, so next item is approval of the agenda. Council, you've had a chance to review the agenda in the packet. Take a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Aye.
We have a 7-0 vote in favor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, we got the agenda approved. Okay, next item, public comment on non-agenda items. So this is a time that anyone in the public can come and speak on anything that's not on the agenda. So do we have anyone who'd like to speak? Judy, have you received any emails or anything from people to
Not
expressing
for
their
this
desire?
section of the
Okay.
agenda.
Okay, apparently there's no interest in public comment on non-agenda items. Okay, next item, consent calendar. We have 5 items on the consent calendar tonight. The first is approval of the City Council regular meeting minutes for October the 4th, 2022. The second, approval of City Council special meeting minutes for October the 11th, 2022. 3, presentation of warrants written for September 2022. 4, approval of memorandum of understanding between Colorado Springs Utilities and Manitou Springs for the Ruxton Corridor Design Project. And 5th, consent to install public art on the Avenue final sculpture. So I would entertain a motion to accept and approve unless if someone has a desire to take something off and discuss it separately.
So moved. Mayor, I'd like to remove F1, the minutes from October 4th for 2 minor corrections.
Okay, just F1 and the meeting minutes for October the 4th.
Otherwise, I approve the consent
Okay, anything else?
calendar as presented.
Okay, so the motion now is
Oh,
Ju-
so I'll restate it then. Move to approve consent calendar with the exception of F4. Oh, no, what did you say was the
F1.
F1? Pardon me.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have seconded by Councillor Johnson. Okay, all vote.
I'm still waiting for the final vote on the Councillor Chandler. On your,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, and we just heard from Mayor Pro Tem Shada. So then we have a 7-0 vote in favor.
Great, thank you. So the consent calendar items 2, 3, 4, and 5 are approved. So now we'll discuss the approval of City Council regular meeting minutes, October 4th. That was taken off the consent calendar. Councillor Chandler, you had concerns?
Thank you. And this is page 3 of 6 of the council packet. Counselor Chandler motion to postpone Makeup 2203. I did not approve to postpone that. I approved to postpone the following Makeup 2022. So I don't know who made that motion. So that correction needs to be made. And then there was just one other one. I'm sorry, let me get to that part. Where a counselor's name was left off. Sorry, I thought I flagged it. There's one section where, And this would be on 5 of 6, Judy. Following Mayor Graham read both executive sessions in the record, and then Counselor Wolf motioned to enter executive session, seconded by Counselor, and then that was left blank. And I don't know who that was, but the counselor in question is not listed. Those were my only 2 corrections. Thank you.
Does anyone want to claim either of those? You did.
Take
Okay.
responsibility.
How about the first makeup motion, since Counselor Chandler, I mean, we can go back and we can review it, I just thought if somebody knew they did it, we could skip that step. Oh, okay, we'll go back and review that, Mayor, if that works for you.
And those are my only 2 comments. Thank you. Otherwise, the consent calendar is fine.
It seems since our memories are not serving us that well, that the best thing would be to go back and verify it off the record. So, okay, Judy, if you'd take care of that, and we'll address that another day. Okay. So tonight we have 2 hearings, 2 related items. The first is major change of appearance certification involving the demolition of 3 structures. This is for a property at 183 Crystal Park Road. The applicant is William Gooman and Associates Limited on behalf of Manitou Cabins LLC owner. So basically, just real quick, the overview is first we'll hear from the city planning department, then we'll hear from the applicant, and then we'll have a period of public comment. So anyone in the audience who would like to address this matter will be able to speak. Following the public comment portion, the applicant will have a chance to respond, and then the closing remarks will be made by the city planner. And at that point, the matter will be deliberated and discussed by council and lead to a vote. So with that, Hannah, would you come forward?
All right. Good evening, all of City Council. We are presenting 2 items. With the mayor's permission, I would like to ask if we could hear both items at the same time since they're so intertwined. One's really dependent on the other, but we can separate them out as per normal process. I just wanted to offer that up.
I think that makes sense. Let's see if there's any objections from council. I think it would make, yeah,
Is there
Judith?
a problem with that, Jeff, do you think?
No, that's fine as long as you just vote on each one separately.
Right. Okay. And then the public, that way they can cross over and comment on both items instead of having to come back and forth.
Right. No, that's fine.
Right. Judith, okay, yeah, it's, as you say, it's an intertwined set of subjects. Okay,
So before I start with a presentation, I do have a couple of things to pass out. We did get some last minute public comments that I just want the city council to be aware of, as well as an email string between the applicant and the mayor, just to make sure that I shouldn't say it's an email string, it's a response to a question so that you all know what the responses were. So I'll go ahead and pass that out now. Sure.
yeah, and if I could just elaborate, in going over the documents today, I had some questions and stuff, and I was able to get a number of things resolved by second readings, but I did forward the questions to Hannah, and she also forwarded them to the applicant. So these are the responses. They're kind of nitnoid things for the most part.
Okay. So the very top, or the top packet of the 2 documents that you'll see is the additional public comments that we received. And the other is the email response that we were just speaking of. Okay, so I will launch into staff's presentation on both items. First, I'll go through the MCAC portion and then the major development plan. Next slide. So the material change of appearance certification request was reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission just last month. This particular proposal seeks to get approval to demolish 3 structures. One structure is a maintenance shop that was constructed in 1975, and there are 2 duplexes on the property that were constructed in 1967. Next slide. This is a kind of small site plan of those three structures. The maintenance shop that was constructed in 1975 is on the northeastern portion of the site, so closest to Sutherland Road. And the two duplexes is pretty interior to the property, but more on the eastern portion, just a little east of the proposed cul-de-sac. There was a study that was done or just this past year by FHU to study the validity of removing a portion of this his property from the historic district. I understand that was already voted on. However, that study is really useful in contextualizing the historic significance of those structures. There are some photos in the next few slides, but really what's being proposed here is just the removal of these three and all other structures would remain. The study essentially said that those three structures do not embody what makes the log cabin district unique or historic. It doesn't have the log cabin siding. It doesn't, well, it's not that old, and a few other things. Next slide. This goes into the details of what determines historic significance. When determining if a property is able to be demolished, a series of things is looked at, one being historic significance. Through that study, we determined that those structures did not meet these criteria, and the Historic Preservation Commission agreed with those findings.
I'm sorry, I'm lost. Is this in our packet? Can you?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, it might be uploaded under the major development plan in City Clerk. Yeah,
I've been just-
I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Next slide. So this is the exterior of the maintenance shop. This is the portion or the structure that is located closest to Sutherland Road. As you can see, it doesn't have that typical log siding, and it looks like it was built in the 70s, if that makes sense. Interior, or the next slide is interior photos. This is what the interior currently looks like as well. The next slide. This is the exterior of one of the duplexes, looks very similar to the maintenance shop and doesn't look like any of the historic structures located on the other side of the creek. Next slide. And this is the interior of that first duplex. Next slide. Oh, more interiors of that first duplex. And this is the exterior of the second duplex, looks just like the first one. Next slide. And also looks very similar on the inside. Next slide. So we had talked about one of the specific criteria of historic significance, and one of the other criteria is whether there's an economic hardship. The applicant's narrative for the MCAC states that the maintenance shop and two duplexes are not economically feasible to rehabilitate due to their location specifically. And that's where it really gets entangled with the major development plan. So the major development plan is required in order to help offset the cost to rehabilitate the existing structures east of the creek, west of the creek. Yes, west of the creek. And in order to rehabilitate those structures, private lots need to be subdivided and sold to help fund some of those costs. In order to subdivide new lots, there has to be an access road. That access road has to go where it's shown on the development plan, which is right through the maintenance shop, and the required fire truck turnaround would interfere with the existing duplexes. So when giving that justification that the rehabilitation of those three structures in particular, the Historic Preservation found that there was an economic hardship to this particular project. Next slide. So in addition to the historic significance, the economic hardship. Another review criteria is whether there has been a structural assessment. A structural assessment was not produced for this particular project for those three structures. However, the Historic Preservation Commission agreed with staff's findings that given how these structures do not contribute to the overall integrity of the historic district, and that they would cause an economic hardship to the applicant, that was enough justification to recommend approval of their demolition. And I do have specific numbers to help justify this economic hardship. I can go through all of those, but for the sake of brevity, I figured if it was desired by council, we can go through it. Otherwise, this would end my presentation for the MCAC in particular. And we can move forward to the major development plan if we wanted to.
Council, do we have questions on the first item there? Would you like some clarification or anything on? If there's no objections, we could move on to the second item, which I think is probably going to be a little bit more involved. No objections? Okay, Hannah.
Mayor, no objections, but before we vote, I would like to request maybe a 5-minute recess for us to take a look at these documents, some of the information which is new to me before we proceed.
Okay, you want that 5-minute break now to read the documents? Or do you want to?
Perhaps after we listen,
we go through this,
I
okay.
I would just request, this is new information to all of us, or at least to me. So a moment to digest that and reflect on that.
I
Thank
think
you.
that's very reasonable. Okay.
Great.
And if you'd like to continue?
Great, thank you. Next slide. So this is a major development plan request. The property itself is about 9 acres in size and is currently zoned low density residential. The approval of the major development plan specifically is to rehabilitate the cabins and cottages that are located on the west side of the creek, to construct 2 new cottages in that same area, to subdivide a portion of to subdivide the eastern part of the site to 9 single-family detached lots, as well as illustrating a new park location that's just over 11,000 square feet in size. Next slide. This is a slightly larger version of the site plan that you guys just saw. But as you can see, there are a series of existing structures to the west of the creek. Those are the cabins and lodges that you see when you're just driving by. And they are proposing 2 additional cabin structures. And those are shown as hatched rectangles on the west side of the creek on the southern portion of the site. They are also showing 9 single-family detached lots with that access road and the required fire truck turnaround, which is shown as a cul-de-sac. There is a detention pond, which would address the stormwater drainage before it is released into the creek. And that basically means that it would capture any sediment, garbage before it's released into Fountain Creek at historic rates. Next slide. A concept plan was submitted and reviewed by the City Planning Commission in April of this year. That concept plan largely represents what's before you today. However, there was a reduction from 10 single-family lots down to 9. There was the addition of the park site and the addition of the 2 cabin structures. Those are the only differences between that concept plan and what's before you today.
Could you show me the park site on the previous slide?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Previous slide, yeah. Yeah, that's a great thing to point out. So on the immediate corner of Crystal Park Road and Sutherland Road, which is the far northern portion of the site, it's on that corner. And I can walk up there and point it out if that would be helpful. Okay.
Would you also point out the plats? Because I'm having
Oh, sure.
difficulty finding 9.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Next slide. So we did, I'm coming into this project at the 11th hour, but there was a series of public engagement and hearings prior to today's hearing. There was a neighborhood meeting that was held on March 4th. About 65 were in attendance. There was a neighborhood meeting on April 8th, and public notice was posted for several public hearings. There was a historic preservation board meeting regarding the boundary adjustment. There was a city council meeting for that district boundary adjustment, for the city planning commission for the concept plan, the historic preservation commission for the demolition, the city planning commission for the major development plan, and now tonight's hearing. So those all had mailings and posters posted on the property for them. Next slide. A geologic hazard report and drainage report, as required by code, were submitted for review. A tier 2 report was submitted and reviewed. That tier 2 report found that the site was definitely developable, but a tier 3 geologic report would be necessary for the development of those single family lots. So the tier 2, oh, thank you so much. So the tier 2 report goes into a decent level of detail, but doesn't necessarily look at the site specifics of those individual lots. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hannah, who's responsible for the tier 3 development report? Who pays for that and who's responsible for that?
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. So the tier 3 report there would be a tier 3 report due with the subdivision submittal, which would be at a future date. That would be provided by the applicant. They would have to hire a geologics, a Colorado licensed geologist or geotechnical engineer to put that together.
Follow-up question. The reason I'm asking is it was not clear to me in the packet whether the current owner of the property would be required to do that, or if that would be passed on to whoever would purchase lots 1 through 9, be that a developer or an individual land purchaser to put a house there.
That's a great question. We were with the subdivision submittal, which would be required in order to create lots, essentially. There would be a tier 3 report to determine the exact boundaries of what the slopes are and what's buildable and unbuildable. So any slope that's over 30% is considered unbuildable. So the tier 2 report did get to that, but to get into the very specific locations, a tier 3 would be necessary, and that no build line is platted on that subdivision plat. So there would be one required at that point. And then there would be a third report required by the potential builder of an individual site. And that particular report would dive into any specific foundation requirements that were necessary for that property, any like pier systems to anchor the home onto the lot. And that's so specific to a specific home's design that we couldn't necessarily do it ahead of time, if that makes sense.
Mayor, may I entertain one more follow-up question on this issue?
Sure.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking is I drove by there today, and there's no trespassing signs posted, but I did drive around. So if you live in that neighborhood, I was the one that was driving around. And those are extremely steep lots. And I'm just wondering if, for example, in a tier 3 study, and I will reference the hazard report later, whether if that was deemed any of those sites 1 through 9 were deemed to be buildable, whether any potential buyer would be apprised of the potential steps they would have to take in order to make that work. And also, would any of the property owners that live above that be apprised of the impacts of that study?
Those are great questions. Thank you, Councilor Chandler. The first question, if I recall correctly, was if the geologic survey, I apologize. Do you mind rephrasing? your
Not at
question?
all. I'm sorry. It was
Oh,
a
no,
lot
you're
of
fine. I just want to make sure
information.
I'm responding correctly.
So, so a tier 3 study would be required.
Mhm.
And then if that tier 3 study indicated that one or more of those lots were buildable with obvious conditions,
Mhm.
would those conditions be made available to any potential buyer? Right, whether that be a developer or an individual, and would those conditions impact the property owners up on Sutherland Place, their homes? And
Right.
Can we know that answer? I don't know, but just ask.
So what we can do, that's within staff's purview is make sure that the development plan has as many notes as physically possible. So that would be, if you had a buyer who was doing their due diligence, they should be able to find the development plan, the document you're reviewing tonight, and see that there would be a requirement to get that tier 3 study. One of the general notes on the cover sheet of the development plan is that prior to construction of any of those potential 9 lots would be to get a tier 3 study. So that would be what's within our purview to make sure to help make a potential buyer aware. Since the city isn't a party to a private land transaction, we wouldn't necessarily know when somebody's buying a lot. However, if they were doing their due diligence, they would find that development plan requirement. And then in regards to the property owners above, at that point, they go through the subdivision plat and the tier 3 review is part of their building permit review. There's not a public notice requirement for a building permit to be submitted and reviewed. However, that could be made a condition as part of this approval. So, but that would be for all potential lots. A future application would be that subdivision plat, which would require public notification too. So there would be an additional opportunity to review a tier 3 report. It just wouldn't have the specific design requirements of a foundation that a building permit tier 3 would.
Yes, yeah, Julie, please.
This is somewhat related. So, maybe this is a silly question, but I just want to make sure. So each lot, even with the 30 degrees or more no build zone designated area, each lot, I'm assuming, is large enough that that there could be a home built where waivers aren't required. Is that, do you understand my question? Is that,
Yes, yes,
is
thank you.
that the way it is?
Thank you, Counselor Wolf. So most of the lots with the tier 2 report have identified that there is a slope that does not exceed 30%. And at this stage, with that tier 2 report, we can say that there is a quote unquote buildable area. Some of the lots, the slope is teetering that line. And so we would need to make sure before platting those specific lots that there was a buildable site that had, that didn't exceed 30% slope.
Well, the reason for my question is I just want to make sure that we're not back here someday with some developer or owner saying, oh my gosh, we spent all this money and we bought this and we thought we were doing our due diligence. And now you're telling us our house can't be any larger than 800 square feet because of all of this 30 degree or more no build zone. How dare you? We need a waiver. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. So I just
Sure.
want to make sure now that people don't get misled. That's why it's a similar concern that what Counselor Chandler raised.
Mhm.
I just wanted to make sure that each lot is in fact buildable before we move forward, so we don't hear these necessity-based waiver excuses.
That's a very good point, Counselor Wolf. That's one of the reasons why on the cover sheet of the development plan, I'm requiring that the subdivision plat come before the city council again with that tier 3 report. So there would be another opportunity to hear a much more specific land study and subdivision plat. That is per the current process, but if there were a code change, I mean, I don't think this would necessarily be one of those things to alter, but just to make sure that that process continued for this particular application.
So if this goes through with whatever conditions might happen, then once we get the tier 3 report, we would have the opportunity to reduce from 9 lots down if need be, if one of the lots, or to reconfigure as necessary if one of the lots in fact looks unlikely to be built, other than maybe, a shed or something on level ground. Is that, in other words, we're not really making a final decision on the major development plan today as to the number of lots. Is that what you're saying?
That's a great point. So the scope of the major development plan, and this had been brought up before, the scope of the major development plan is really to get that site layout done. The subdivision plat is what cements the actual property lines. So if there were a situation where a tier 3 report said, you know what, one of these lots has more than 30% slope, it's considered unbuildable per code, there would be another opportunity to reduce that if that's where the conversation went.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, Judith.
So in the 36-page geologic hazard report that is in our packet, is that the tier 2 report?
That's correct.
Okay. So I would like to quote from that tier 2 report. This is page 11 of 36, section 8.2, unstable or potentially unstable sites. Quote, the eastern portion of the site contains a relatively steep slope up to 50% in areas consisting of native soils and bedrock. Slopes greater than 30% are generally designated as no build zones. Slopes greater than 30% currently exist on the proposed new lots 1 through 7. With limited float to gently sloping areas available at the toe of the steep slope, it will be difficult to avoid the slope during development of the proposed new single family residence of lots 1 through 7. And it goes on to finish with, for the proposed new lots of 1 through 4 and 7, a slope stability analysis should be performed prior to construction. So this is already a tier 2 report telling us that their professional opinion is that there are some sites that are not buildable. So I guess my question is, what more will a tier 3 report tell us? And if we are going to approve the overall plan, to just reiterate that this is not committing us to that review of that area of those lots.
That's a great point, Councilor Chandler. So the tier 2 report does have that statement in it. It's a little bit, wishy-washy isn't the right word, but it doesn't exactly say where those points fall. And a tier 3 would tell us the 20% slope is here and the 30% falls exactly right here on that lot, and then determine if that's a buildable area. So even in the language regarding potentially unstable slopes is common language with any slope. That's what the tier 3 does in a site-specific tier 3 would show that even though there may be unstable slopes can be engineered. And so that's where the tier 3 requirement for the individual lots would come in. The tier 3 for the subdivision plat would exactly identify that line between 30% and not, according to the code, as being buildable or unbuildable. I would say that the development plan doesn't necessarily cement in the requirement for 9 lots, but does give an approval for up to 9 lots.
Thank you. That helps me a great deal. Thank you.
Julie.
Sorry. So the portion that Judith just read, do I understand correctly? I thought that was saying there are parts with respect to lots 1 through 7, parts of each of those lots will be designated no build. Unless you waive it because they're 30 up to 50 degrees. So, but that doesn't mean the rest of the lot is okay to build on. Did I interpret that quotation correctly? That quote wasn't saying lots 1 through 7 are all unbuildable. They were just saying there's a little part of each lot that you wouldn't want to build on. Am
yeah.
I getting it? Is that right?
That's accurate. And the tier 3 would cement in exactly where that line falls.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry it took so long to figure it out.
Oh, no,
I
you're
like- I
totally fine.
understand now.
This is a lot of technical stuff. So that's the tier 2 and tier 3 geologic hazard reports. A final drainage report was also submitted. And that final drainage report basically said that the development with the detention pond would not adversely affect the downstream flow of Sutherland Creek. A traffic impact study was also submitted. The study came to find that the intersections in the immediate area, so the four-way or the intersection of Sutherland Road and Crystal Park Road, as well as the light further down the road, would operate at the same level of service with or without the proposed development. And that level of service being B or better. And that's a typical scale of A, B, C, D, E, F. So it will still operate at an acceptable level of service with or without the proposed development. The traffic impact study also did not identify any specific roadway improvements as being necessary for the proposed rehabilitation of the cabins, as well as the maximum of 9 lots. Next slide. Thank you. Just a quick wrap up of the major development plan. And of course, I'm always available for questions, but staff found that the proposed major development plan is consistent with a number of goals and strategies in Plan Manitou. A lot have to do with housing and providing unique housing options to serve all segments of the population. Next slide. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the major development plan, finding that it does meet the review criteria with 2 conditions. That not only is a tier 3 report required with the subdivision plat, but also a public facilities and service impact report would be required, as well as that major subdivision would be required to come back before the city council for review and approval.
Hannah, what else what else will there be for us to approve in the major subdivision application?
Right. Thank you for that question, Councilor Fortune. So the major development plan essentially shows the site layout and the proposed direction of this project. The major subdivision would show the very specific property lines, exactly where they fall. The tier 3 report, the major public facility service impact report, and the maintenance responsibilities for different areas of the property. So the major subdivision document is a final plat, and it's a very technical, it's a lot of the professional land surveyor assuring that the easements will be located here, the lot lines will be located here, so on and so forth. But there would be also the no build area outlined on those potentially 9 lots.
So because of the way the condition is set, it would still allow homeowners who live above the up in Indian Oaks and so on to have another opportunity. There'd still be additional hearings. So for those individual lots, they would still have an opportunity to come in and be heard.
That's accurate. So there would be a standard public notice process where we would go to City Planning Commission for recommendation. There would be postings, mailings associated with that hearing, as well as postings and mailings associated with the city council meeting. Right now, internally, staff is experimenting with a submittal notice requirement as well. So there may be a notice that's mailed out when an application is received as well. I can't say that for sure just yet, since we're still working through it internally, but there would be at least those 2 that are mandated by code and that potential 3rd right up front.
Julie?
Could you just elaborate a little bit on recommendation number 2? The required future major subdivision application shall be raised to
Right.
the review. Was that what you were talking about with the level 3 or tier 3 geologic report, or?
I apologize, Councilor Work. That might be planarese, so to speak. So essentially what I'm trying to describe is that A standard review authority would be administrative, but that we would raise it up to the City Planning Commission and City Council. That's the current process. So I just wanted to assure, even if there is a code change that changed this potential process later on, which is to be discussed next week, that this process for this project remains the same.
Okay, well, that's fine, but what is the next thing that City Planning Commission is going to have to decide regarding the major development plan? Like, word it that way. What are they going to be asked to decide?
Sure. So for the major development plan application, the review would end with the City Council tonight. However, the major subdivision application would be the next thing that the City Planning Commission would review. And that would be the tier 3, that public facilities report and the proposed lot lines and no build area. And they would be making a recommendation to the City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy?
Yeah, and this has to do with the material that we just received, so I don't know it very well as yet. But it appears that the thing that you're asking us to approve tonight is the, wait a minute. To rehabilitate the cabins and cottages, construct 2 new cottages, subdivide portions into 9 single family lots, and the new park site dedication. Correct, so the park would belong to the city.
Mhm.
Okay, and is one of the recommendations that we just received is that the developer, and I know I've seen to remember in the concept, there was some common areas and some park-like elements within the concept as it's currently written. So I'm just wondering the need for, well, not the need, but the cost to the city for an additional park site, and if if that is typically a condition of the developer to build a public, not just for the residents, but is there any options there for us?
So thank you, Councilor Fortune. Parib had made a motion for this land to be dedicated to the city, which would basically say that the city would take on the responsibility of constructing the park. There wasn't any discussion about the developer potentially just constructing the park. There would be internal amenities for those who live in Manitou cabins, but those would be specific to Manitou cabins, with just that corner property being public access with an easement to the street. So they would have creek access as well, adjacent to the park. At no time was there discussion of the developer taking on that responsibility. In my professional experience, it can go either way. If it's discussed really early on in the project, then the developer may take on that responsibility, but that isn't always how it's done, would be my input.
Judith?
Thank you, Hannah. It's my understanding that the parklet on the corner of Crystal Park Road and Sutherland was to satisfy fees in lieu. And it's my understanding that OSAC was okay with taking fees in lieu, but that Parib really felt that a pocket park was really important to have on that property. And I have to tell you, at that moment, I was kind of split 50-50 until I went to the property today. And I am more leaning toward Parib's recommendation because the aesthetics in that neighborhood, there really isn't a park, a greenery area in that. Although the site itself, even though many heritage trees were removed, it still has a tremendous amount of trees. That it's one of the few accesses to Sutherland Creek for people. I mean, from the street. I mean, so I'm willing to hear discussion on that point. But that said, I had one more question, and that was I counted all of the parking spaces on the site plan today 3 times. And it says in the packet that 63 spaces are designated for the 19 cabins. Is that correct?
That's my understanding,
Okay.
yes.
I only counted 40 plus spaces and perhaps it's just the site plan and it could very well be me, but I just wanted to make sure because I know one of the issues for several residents and maybe some that are in attendance tonight is the right of way. And several residents were wanting to make sure that a discussion of a sidewalk and perhaps parallel parking was discussed. Would those discussions happen with the next subdivision meeting? Or are those things that we're to be deciding on tonight?
Regarding the parking layout, that would be something that's decided tonight. I would ask the applicant to, as part of their presentation, specifically call out where maybe that delta is coming from or where it's difficult to see. Parking in the right of way would need to happen at a later date, is my understanding. Conversations that I've had, we've talked about what maybe is necessary is some type of facility plan for Crystal Park Road to plan out how parking and sidewalks would work in that right of way distance adjacent to Manitou Cabins. I do know that part of this development plan does show sidewalk adjacent to their property line in the right of way for the length of Crystal Park Road frontage. So the sidewalk is there, but parking is not specifically planned to be paved as part of this project. So that would be a future discussion that we would need to have. What do we want to plan for our right of way?
Julie.
I remember in previous major development plan requirements that we required the developers to underground utilities and do things like that to beautify the area. Is there a requirement that the utilities be undergrounded in here?
That's a great question. So I'm not that familiar with what's been required in the past, but if I could take a look at the development plan before answering your question, that would be really helpful.
Sure, I didn't see it, but I might have missed it. But then I was thinking, well, maybe that's something that we agree to discuss at the subdivision meeting instead of now. I don't know, but I really would like to have some discussion about that.
Great. I can be prepared to answer your question shortly.
And then I'm confused by your answer about the parking. So we're deciding parking layout tonight, but certain things we're not deciding tonight. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the parking layout in regards to the interior of the property, so what's within their specific ownership is subject to the development plan and would be reviewed and approved by the city council tonight. Anything to happen in the right of way outside of the sidewalks, which is required by the subdivision code, we would probably need to plan out as part of a separate process to make sure that the street cross section makes sense, that parking spaces are the right dimension. That would be a separate facility plan would be my understanding. But everything interior to the property is subject to this development plan.
And the 63 spaces that are supposedly already in this development plan, if Judith only found 40, are some of them like garages? Is that why it's not a space? Or is there supposedly 63 on-street spaces within the interior of the project?
I would need to look at the development plan again before I accidentally misspeak. My understanding is that part of it is accommodated in garages, but let me double check that to be sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I appreciate.
I can jump in on the undergrounding question, save Hannah some research time. Your code requires undergrounding of all utilities to new developments as part of the subdivision process. So that'll be required when the subdivision is approved. And it's just, it's a code requirement, so.
Okay, so that doesn't come up till the next
Right.
subdivision. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I appreciate that you tell us when you're not sure, instead of just pretending you know. I
don't-
really, really appreciate that about you.
That's a very sticky situation to be in. So let me be sure before I say.
Nancy.
Yeah, I'm still concerned and I don't remember exactly, so I apologize. I should have gone back and checked this. But it seemed like as I was reading the packet, they were counting on parking in the parking spaces in the right of way along Crystal Park Road, which is of great concern if they're counting on that, particularly now since the cantina uses almost all those parking spaces routinely in the evenings, especially on the weekends and all day on the weekends. So I do see that as a huge issue that we need to, we need to resolve it tonight before we vote on this.
I completely agree. So let me take a look at that development plan and find those.
Okay, thank you. Council, we'll have the opportunity to talk to Hannah again following the public comment portion. So if there's no objections, I think it'd be nice to hear from the applicant at this point. We'll bring Hannah back a little later. No objection? Okay, thank you, Hannah. Now, if we could have the applicant. And if you'd first give us your full name and your title, your relationship to the project. Oh, and also, yeah, go ahead and get situated. If these microphones, you need to get about 3 inches from the microphone to be heard properly, so. And the green light needs to be on.
Do you have any extras for the public? Sir? Do you have any for the audience? No?
What I just handed you is what's on the screen, so you could take notes on it. Thank you, council members. My name is Bill Gooman. I am a principal with William Gooman and Associates. We're urban planners and landscape architects, and we are representing Manitou Cabins LLC as the applicant for this project. So I handed out a packet with the slides that are on the screen with one change. Your packet shows MCAC 2211 material change of appearance. That doesn't show on the title there, but we're aware that that's part of what you're voting on this evening, and we'll address those when we get to them. Next slide, please. As an introduction, I mentioned who I am. You needed my address too, didn't you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that, please.
It's 731 North Weber Street, Colorado Springs, 80903.
Great, thank you.
The other members of our team include the owners of Manitou Cabins LLC. To my right here is Taylor Stamp, who is an owner. Dale Stamp, who is in the audience, and Nancy and Marty Johnson. Marty Johnson is to my left. Respect Engineers is the consulting engineer on the project with Rich Gallegos and Mark Ferraris. And Mark is here in the audience to address any engineering or civil questions that might come up. Next question. Next slide. This is a copy of the public notification that went out to 149 of our neighbors within the limit that's required. I believe we're at 300 feet radius from the property. The city generated the mailing list for us. This was actually about the 4th certified mailing that had gone out informing our neighbors of the pending application for Manitou Cabins. And as a result of that mailing, we did receive, I believe, 2 written inquiries with questions and comments about the application. We did not receive any other inquiries since the Planning Commission I was given a couple of emails that Hannah issued that I guess were received within the last week. We're familiar with those items too, and we have responded to anyone that's inquired about the project. Next slide. The planning process for Manitou Cabins, and this is not the first time that I think we've been before council on this particular project, but has been pretty extensive over the last 2 years. It kicked off with a neighborhood meeting that was attended by 92 of our neighbors who were curious about what the plans for the project were. They were invited to tour the cabin property, actually access some of the cabins to see the condition of them. We fielded questions from many of those citizens. We actually were asked a lot of questions about price points of what the cabins would be sold for, because we did get a couple of folks who said they've known about the project forever. They've been neighbors to the community for decades, and what an opportunity it would be for them to purchase one of these cabins after they've been refurbished as a home for themselves. I am realizing I'm having a problem reading what I just gave to you. If I could stand and just kind of go over some of the highlights there, I promise I'll talk loud enough so that you could hear me.
Yeah.
To bring the mic so that people
Oh,
watching you on
pe-
YouTube can
yeah.
hear.
I thought it was. During the 2 years that Manitou Cabins LLC and us as the applicant have been working on this, leading to this development plan that you have presented you tonight, we've worked with 6 different staff planners who have been assigned to the project throughout these 2 years, 3 planning directors, 2 city administrators, and 2 outside planning consultants, as well as a historian, FHU, that have been retained by the city to review, to assist with the review. I mentioned the one neighborhood meeting that was hosted by the owners to kick off this project. There have actually been 3 on-site neighborhood meetings hosted by the owner. And I mentioned 92, actually, our attendance sign-in list indicated that 102 interested attendees participated in our neighborhood meeting. So we think that was a pretty good turnout, roughly about a 30% response to all the invitations that were sent out, which is really good. Plans were drawn and redrawn over a 2-year planning process. The portion of this slide to your left is from the server, from the project file, and there have actually been 17 revisions made to the plan set over the 2 years that we fielded public input and comments and staff input to try to accommodate as many people and reviewing agencies as possible. One thing that was mentioned is that we had gone from 10 lots to 9 lots on the development plan for the east side of Sutherland Creek. We actually presented a plan to our neighbors 2 years ago that started with about 19 lots. So we realized from the input that we had gotten at that time that 19 lots was not palatable. That was something that the community was not going to accept on that small of a site. We were able to address and satisfy minimum lot sizes, but through negotiating and presenting our amended plans, we're down to the 9 lots that you see on the development plan. Next slide, please. There was a request that I believe council had voted on as well regarding removal of a portion of the property in the major development plan from the Keithley Log Cabin Subdistrict. That portion of the site, the entire Keithley Log Cabin Subdistrict is the entire outline that you see, but the portion that's shaded in red was the portion that had originally been requested to be removed from the historic district. And that request was denied and we moved on from there. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the existing structures that are within the Keithley Log Cabin Subdistrict that are going to be kept. Hannah had mentioned the 2 duplexes that are here and the maintenance garage, which is here. I should mention that one of the primary reasons that we had gone to the Historic Preservation Commission to remove the maintenance facility was we were required to provide an alignment of the new internal street for the 9 new homes that would be built sometime, with Mountain View Drive on the other side, on the north side of Sutherland. And in order to do that, to satisfy engineering and public safety concerns, we're unable to keep the access where we're showing it on the current development plan and also retain the garage. And I should also mention, I think the garage was constructed in 1985, not 1975. So it's even newer than what you may have been told. Next slide, please. For those of you who have actually toured the property, and we hope that you've had an opportunity to visit the structures that are out there. These are 9 of the cabins that are being retained. They're actually in various stages of being refurbished right now. The property had been abandoned for several years. It had not been patrolled. It had not had any security to monitor the activities on the site. There was no maintenance. One of the things that was discovered is that quite a few of the roofs on the cabins needed to be repaired and replaced to avoid any subsequent damage from happening. So if you've seen construction activity out on the site, it's partially due to that. The other is that some of the underground utilities, water and wastewater, have been replaced due to some of these pipes have been there since 1935, and they've kind of met their life expectancy, so they've had to be replaced also. And this is part of the ongoing maintenance that the owners have assumed after purchasing and acquiring the property. Next slide. Here are 9 additional cabins. You can tell most of them do adhere to the log cabin style, with either full logs or split logs for the exterior. Obviously, that's not a historic cabin, but it will be retained because first of all, it is in condition that allows it to be refurbished and resold. That is the Marshall Group home that was constructed in 1975. This is the oldest cabin on the site. Building 20, which that along with the lodge were constructed in 1925. So we're pleased to say that all of those are going to be retained and refurbished. One consideration that we've had that's been an ongoing problem, and yes, there are no trespassing signs on the construction fence that surrounds the property. That was an evil necessity that we had to do to keep traffic, pedestrian traffic, homeless. Believe it or not, we have a homeless problem in the area that have occupied several of the cabins in the past. And as recently as the end of last week, we were advised that the front door to the lodge was kicked in and that the window in the front was broken out of it. And fortunately, upon visiting the property, nothing internally had been damaged or vandalized, but these are ongoing problems that we've seen and dealt with for 2 years. Yes, Counselor.
I don't see how, well, first of all, you know, the deer are always jumping over that. And so the last time I was there, which was fairly recently, it just looked dilapidated because a little thing that says do not enter that looks, you know, that's, I don't know what it's made out of, a little piece of plastic, you know, like the police roping off an area or something. That's not going to discourage a homeless person from going in there. And so instead, I think it creates an eyesore. You have all this hanging down, you know, as soon as you tighten it up again and make it a nice thing, you know, then, you know, the deer and all the animals and then the people. And it just, I think it looks very sloppy.
Unfortunately, there is very limited security patrolling the area. That was voluntarily done, primarily by the general contractor, also to keep folks from falling into open ditches that are on the property from utilities being installed. We call the property an attractive nuisance. It's an ongoing project for us that hopefully when we're given the green light to formally go in there and begin to rehab the buildings, it'll become a lot more attractive than it is right now. But we have provided periodic security on it, short of having somebody live permanently on the property. It's been a major challenge to maintain. The community realizes that it's a vacant piece of property, and attractive nuisance is just that. We were surprised when the lodge was broken into just last week that we did not find anyone who had taken up habitating inside of it. Fortunately, that was not the case, but we're really under the gun here to move forward. So I bring that up because we're not proud of the orange construction fence that's out there, but our options are actually pretty limited without spending a lot of money on a security force out there full time. But if we are able to move forward with redevelopment and the major development plan is approved, those types of situations will go away pretty quickly. Next slide.
I have a brief question. While you have the slides up,
Previous slide.
while you have the photos of the cabins up, I was going to ask this question later, but I think this is a great opportunity. It was mentioned more than once in the packet that you are touting Plan Manitou and that these cabins will benefit the community by providing affordable housing. And what I'd like to know is what is your definition of affordable housing with these cabins? And are you calling it affordable housing because of some of these cabins have a very small square footage footprint, or is there something else that you intend to be doing to make this more affordable?
Good question, Counselor. Affordable housing is a relative term. You've seen what's happened to the cost of housing just within the last 6 to 8 months in the Pikes Peak region. It's skyrocketed. Affordable housing is probably better defined as attainable housing. At what percent is a majority of a certain economic level able to afford one of these houses? You know, we have a 700 square foot cabin here that obviously can't command the same price as a 3,000 square foot home in the surrounding neighborhood. So I would let the owners, I would defer to them as far as, I don't know if any price points have been established yet. The refurbishing has not been completed on any of the units, so I can't speak to as far as what the costs are that'll be involved for refurbishing those cabins. But the intent is that a housing product will be brought to market that is attainable to a certain economic group. We're aware of what the median price points are in Manitou Springs right now, and we'll be under that.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. These were determined, as Hannah mentioned before, by the Historic Preservation Commission to be what we call non-contributing structures. These were found not to have any inherent value with regard to architects who may have designed them, craftsmen, or contractors who may have built them. The use of materials, you know, the two duplexes are plywood siding. So we were pleased that at the regular meeting of September 7th, the Historic Preservation Commission agreed to allow these structures to be demolished because they do not contribute to the historic district at all. Next slide, please. This is a copy of the major development plan. This accurately shows the previous rendering that I had shown was an early rendering, but the alignment of the new internal road for these 9 lots here and the alignment that it has with Mountain View Lane on the other side of Sutherland. This is representative of the 9 lots and all of the existing cabins that will be retained. Plus, we're also showing 2 new cabins that hopefully when they're done and the construction's completed will look very much like the existing cabins that are out there as well.
Can I ask a question? Thank you. When the, sorry. When the, if and when this is approved and the access road is installed, will the other access road be closed off? The current access road?
Which access road are you referring to? Yes,
Yeah, to the north.
yeah,
Yeah, right
that's
there.
over
Yeah.
here. That will not be an access road any
Okay,
longer.
thanks.
This also shows the pocket park. It's 11,000 square feet, little bit above that, that Parab had requested. We did meet with the Open Space Advisory Committee beforehand. We'd actually met with them twice, and it was decided that there was no requirement for additional open space by them, and that they would defer to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. The location of that park and the size of it were both approved and recommended to you to accept by the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. That is significant. We originally had proposed for a smaller site in this location. Couple of considerations. A comment came up before by council of maintaining or wanting to maintain access to Sutherland Creek. which is here. And by moving that pocket park to that location, you do have frontage on the creek and direct access from Sutherland and the pocket park. The other question that came up that I can address now, you can go to the next slide. Thank you, easier to see. We are indicating all of our on-site parking. There are actually 60 spaces shown on the plan. And I believe one of the plans that we'll either get to here, but I know that it's in your package, indicates 60 spaces. All of the spaces are within the boundary, within the property line of the Manitou Cabin site. So I do have some exhibits that I can share with you if we get to that point that shows exactly where that boundary is located. More importantly, all of the parking spaces that are proposed internally and adjacent to Crystal Park Road are also behind the right of way. We have no parking that is within the right of way. The right of way along Crystal Park Road and the boundary that was surveyed just several months ago indicate that the right of way and boundary on this site along Crystal Park Road are one and the same. And we were advised early on in the process by a staff member that it's not uncommon with the older properties to find discrepancies and rights of way and boundaries. The only way to discover these is with a current boundary survey. And that's what we had done. So we are showing all of our parking internal to the site. All 60 spaces are internal and not outside of the right of way. Yes.
So when you say that it's not outside of the right of way, but you're also saying the right of way, like you were just saying, the right of way was like maybe in the road. So we have a relatively new caveat to our building code that says in that situation where from which spot you measure from the edge of the right of way. You don't go out to what your boundary supposedly said out in the road or in the middle of the sidewalk. So my question is are your drawings based on that understanding that you're using the edge of the sidewalk from which you start measuring, and you're not measuring from what the survey
yeah.
said? Is that? am I
Counselor,
guessing right?
the right of way is typically measured from the center line of the road. And with a 50-foot right of way on Crystal Park, that's how the right of way was determined, was from the center line of Crystal Park Road.
Jeff, is that consistent with our new ordinance?
I am not sure what the ordinance says. Which ordinance are you referring to?
Well, it was an ordinance and I think we passed it, and it was, it said that even though we won't be revisiting the entire building code right away, but on an interim basis, any building in Manitou has to have a certain amount of setback, and the setback has to be measured from where the private property is supposed to be, not what the survey says. And maybe that was only in relation to URA area, or maybe it was only in relation to commercial property. I don't recall, but you were here because I was struggling with how to reword it, and
Yeah, I
you
remember
fixed the
now I remember what
problem.
you're referring to. Still remember exactly. Final result was in that ordinance. I'm gonna try and pull it up here. really quickly.
Okay, because that would make a big difference if you're measuring from someplace different than where we're
Yeah,
measuring
and I
from.
think there's also a confusion in terms between right of way and setback. The setback is then determined from the right of way. So the right of way had been identified by a professional land surveyor who had gone out there. Was a requirement of the title company before the property was purchased, is where are the boundaries of this property? Obviously, we needed to verify where those were, so the right of way and the boundary along Crystal Park Road were surveyed and found to be in the same location, which we did have an issue before Planning Commission about vacating part of the right of way over here so that it would avoid a cabin that is bisected by the right of way. We asked for a vacation of that right of way, and we're satisfied, or we're not here to discuss that this evening. The Planning Commission denied the vacation request for that right of way, but it's a true statement that the parking spaces are not within the right of way, but they are within the setback. Now, the setback, I believe, and I can, engineer Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it's 20 feet from the right of way into the property. So there are parking spaces that encroach into the setback.
And that's a violation of our code? I mean, that would require a waiver?
No, it does not.
Oh, so that's fine with our code for you to have
Yes.
that parking in the setback area?
Correct.
Yeah, and Hannah and your city administrator reminded me that the ordinance that we passed dealt with I think it was the setback for the front of a building. How we measure that, not necessarily affecting rights of way and parking,
Oh, it's not for measuring where the parking spots are gonna be.
right? No.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding that. Several residents are concerned about safety in this area, and it is, I personally consider this one of the most unsafe roadway areas currently in Manitou. So I want to be very clear that when we're talking about the row, residents in that neighborhood have requested a sidewalk, and they've also requested parallel parking. Would that be something that would be discussed in the row? Or by declining the row, is that a separate issue that we need to address?
Counselor, you can certainly address parallel parking on Crystal Park Road. However, I mentioned that we satisfy the minimum parking requirement on site without resorting to on-street parking. Certainly, we've been made aware of the safety concerns regarding that section of Crystal Park Road. We are providing a 5-foot attached sidewalk along a portion of the road, beginning at Sutherland Road to here. And it's difficult to see, but it is there. And also from here to here. We don't indicate any parallel parking on Crystal Park Road, mainly because we weren't required to provide any. If we satisfy the on-site parking requirement, there would be no need to provide on-street parking. So that would be a public works decision with the city as far as, is it that much of a priority for you? But we are not providing on-street parking.
How many houses total do you anticipate if there's one on each of the 9 lots plus the existing minus the proposed demo? How many do we end up with?
There are about 20 that will probably have some sort of requirement for parking. We are providing
I mean, there'll be
on-site,
20 different homes, you mean?
yeah,
Okay.
excluding the 9 lots in the new
Oh, no, I'm
section.
including, we're including, that's all. So it's 29. Assuming you're not going to have more than one house per lot, we're looking at about 29 properties.
Correct.
And then from 29 properties, I don't know, I guess there's no waiver, so you're just within the code of how many
Correct.
parking spots. And aren't those parking spots based on the number of bedrooms?
Correct.
And so you don't know how many bedrooms will be in those 9 lots,
It
right?
was determined on the number of bedrooms that were projected.
Oh, okay, but you did include those 9 lots on the parking requirements?
We have on-street parking available on this road. This is our new
On your
road,
interior road.
our interior road. We're allowed to count garage spaces and probably a 2-car driveway based on the width of those lots for the homes that are in that eastern portion of the site. So we're accounting for 4 parking spaces per home of the 9 new homes. And 60 spaces for the balance of the site.
So altogether, that's how many parking spots per home? Can you do the math for me?
It depends on how many bedrooms are in each
Well,
home.
you had to pretend how many bedrooms, or you had to anticipate in order to come up with your parking requirement. You already
Mhm.
told me that. I don't know if you decided you're gonna have 3 bedrooms per each of those 9 lots, or what you decided, but you came up with a certain number of bedrooms in order for planning to be able to know what the requirement is. I want to know, what is the minimum parking requirement and how many bedrooms?
Yeah,
Because I'm just envisioning that if we're gonna have all these homes, people are still gonna be parking on the street, because guess what? It's Thanksgiving and you're having visitors and it's the weekend, and I'm just trying to envision how much of a clog that's gonna create on the roads. And that's why I'm
yeah.
asking these questions, is so I can have a better understanding of how many parking spots per house.
I
this is.
understand, and it varies. Obviously, if we have 4 or 5 spaces as indicated there, that would be different for a duplex unit that's there versus a 690 square foot home that doesn't even have 1 bedroom. It's a studio. We
So did
followed,
you assume 2 parking spots per studio? Or
we
one, or-
followed the code. We followed your code as far as what the requirement is. I don't have the code in front of me. Maybe the city attorney can, or I don't know. I can't quote you the code off the top of my head, but we do
Okay.
satisfy the minimum parking requirement.
I don't know if this would help, but it seems to me like in reading in the documentation, they said they'd have 60 parking places for 23 dwelling units. If that's any help. I mean, that doesn't exactly say bedrooms, but
Right, so if
if you
we have
figure
a lot of
23
3-bedroom homes, then there's not gonna be any parking for visitors,
Well-
assuming we've got 3 cars in the house.
if you assume you have 3, but I mean, if you figured, a lot of homes might have just 2 cars. And some would have 1, yeah. So I mean, hopefully that provides a little bit more
And if
definition.
we
20
approve this now, today, I assume that means that any code revisions pertaining to parking would be inapplicable because it would be already set in stone.
It basically,
that
they
right?
have, for the vested period, if they get vested rights. If they don't have vested rights, well, then you would basically, the new requirement would apply.
Are they vested yet?
No. So I don't believe they get, I'm not sure what the vested rights period is or requirement is for your code. I believe you'd have to actually have a formal request for vested rights. I don't believe you have that here, so.
So we could, if it's not vested, require more parking somehow when we come back for the subdivision meeting,
If you have a legislative change, like.
if there's a
maybe-
legislative,
right.
oh, yeah, yeah, okay.
We have questions from, we'll do Michelle and then Nancy.
I've heard 3-bedroom homes and duplexes. They're single family. Did I not? hear
I'm
duplex?
sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Did you say duplex?
They're existing duplexes. This is not a single family dwelling.
Thank you.
We're not changing the use of it. If there was a duplex there before, it'll be a duplex again.
Yeah, I was just wondering why the sidewalk stops in front of the lodge or the main building there, why there's a gap.
We have a problem here, I mentioned, with the encroachment of a unit over the parking, I'm sorry, over the right of way and the
No,
boundary of the
I know
property.
there. Maybe I
Yep,
misunderstood.
This is the only place that a sidewalk is not proposed on
Okay, I
that curve.
misunderstood then because it looked like right in the middle, there was a gap. So perhaps I misunderstood.
That was my understanding. Also, if there's a gap there in front of the old lodge building, is that not correct?
Right here, this is paved.
the driveway,
Yeah,
okay.
this is paved. Here's parking, so we don't, and here's parking, so we don't have sidewalk there. Does that answer your question?
It does, and it makes me nervous. No, it answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Judith?
You may not know the answer to this, but with the cul-de-sac and the required area to turn a fire engine around, if people were parking off-street, off the property on that cul-de-sac, has that been factored into the amount of room that the fire truck needs to turn around in that area? Because that's the only, it's my understanding that that would be the off Sutherland, the only entrance for a fire vehicle to navigate the back lots.
Yes, the width, the pavement width of the street and the diameter of that cul-de-sac have been taken into consideration for that.
With on-street parking, if there, because I mean, I know that parking is a big issue in this neighborhood, and I just want to make sure that we're covering all our bases, and I know we're getting kind of really into the weeds with it, but I want to make sure if I'm gonna approve something, that I'm really clear that due diligence has been done to accommodate the number of parking spots that are needed, and to still give the residents an opportunity down the road to weigh in on what they would like to see with regards to if there's any opportunity for parking on Crystal Park Road off your sidewalk where you have it. So-
Again, we actually got pretty creative with how we would lay out parking on the western portion, the cabin district, well, the log cabin side of the creek. Unfortunately, we're dealing with existing structures. We're dealing with some pretty large trees that we've already had an arborist go out there and cut down dead trees and trim everything, but they were instructed, leave what's ever in good shape there. There's historic significance to a lot of the trees that are there. They were planted by the Keithley family when they had a nursery out here. So what would seem like a logical place to put a parking space, if we had a conflict with a house or a tree that couldn't be moved, we worked around it. So I know there was a public comment that came back that said all of the parking should be accessed internally. Physically, that's impossible. We're dealing with a lot of obstacles that are there. Again, I mentioned that there is no need for on-street parking on Crystal Park Road, but we're certainly not taking any away. As far as the cul-de-sac, the internal street, there is parking permitted on one side of the street, and it needs to be signed that says that. Will it be enforced? I can't answer that, but we have provided for that. And that's on the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Would the city or the HOA be responsible for maintaining that road? Or that's up to us, I guess?
It's, and correct me, Ed or Mark, if you're here, is it a public road or a private road? Private road, so it would be part of the HOA's responsibility, not the city's.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. I wanted to bring something to your attention. One of the comments or concerns that have come up regarding tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and the existing 30% slope that's generally between lots 1 and 7 that are adjacent to our neighbors to the south is we're showing on this plan the required setback. That's what this dotted line, the dotted line actually shows the maximum permitted building envelope. That is the area that when a lot buyer comes out and says, I'm interested in buying that lot. Well, they will know right then and there what the maximum buildable area is on that lot. Now, that said, what we've also indicated, we can go back to this. If I need to go to the next slide, please. It's really hard to see on this. What we have done, in addition to the required 20-foot setback, which is measured from the property line to the building envelope, on the lots that have a 30% or greater slope, your plan indicates a build to line. And I don't know which plan it's on. It's not this one. But what we did was, in addition to, this is the 20-foot setback. So this is required by code. We have indicated a meandering line on the plan that ranges from another 10 foot to about another 20 feet down the slope from the build to, or the property line or the building envelope. And we're saying no new construction will encroach up the slope beyond that line. So, yes.
So this obviously is based on the tier 2 study, however, so it seems to me that this, with the tier 3 study, some of these lines are rather nebulous at this point. And while that's, for another discussion for another day, we're not deciding that today. What you're basing those current lines on is the tier 2 study, which may
Correct.
change.
We are not required, as Hannah had mentioned, to provide a tier 3 study at this level of design. But I just wanted to give you an idea that we did not randomly select and say, okay, if this is a 10,000 square foot lot, we're going to maximize the use of that lot and let somebody put a 6,000 or a 7,000 square foot footprint on it. We're, in addition to the setbacks, indicating a build to line, because we've identified preliminarily, it's not a tier 3 study or anything, so that we are telling a potential buyer of that lot, yeah, theoretically, here's your building envelope. Realistically, you're only allowed to build up to the build to line. So that'll be disclosed. I know there was a question that had come up, is how does somebody know that when they're building or when they're purchasing a lot? That's part of the disclosure that's going to be provided, whether it's in the contract documents for purchase or title documents. I don't know where that language will be, but it's on the development plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. The question also came up about utilities. Obviously, water and wastewater are underground. There are above ground electrical utilities. Where they need to be replaced, they will be undergrounded. All of the utilities for the 9 new lots are undergrounded. Next slide. We've been required to generate a lot or a roadway profile. There are stipulations as far as a grade on a road that can't be exceeded. You build a road, you want to be able to navigate it, especially in the winter. So this is a roadway profile generated by the civil engineers for the project that demonstrate we do satisfy maximum slope requirements for a paved road. Next slide. In addition to the grading plan that I showed you before, we've also identified those areas that will be protected during and after new construction for erosion. We're already aware. It was offered to us at the Planning Commission by a gentleman who lives up in the Indian Heights subdivision that his drainage from the back of his house daylights onto one of our lots. And when that lot is built, what's going to happen to the drainage that he for 30 years has been draining onto private property? And we said, well, thank you for offering that information. We will address through our erosion control plan areas that need to be protected. We're unaware of where this individual's drainage current, if he's got a hose that goes from his downspout or if it's runoff from his patio, but we will look for that and identify it and protect it. Our intent is not to create a problem for our neighbors above us. We've done plenty of hillside development and are aware of the problems that can be created that people didn't have before, and we're addressing all of those concerns. Next slide. One of the concerns that came up initially in our neighborhood meetings and also at Planning Commission, it's a very low light area in that neighborhood. You drive through there at night and it's not very bright. And actually the neighbors like it that way. And this is to show you that we have one proposed street light. It's a downlit fixture, but it's basically to identify where the intersection is with Mountain View. I don't know what the name of proposed road will be. It might be Mountain View also, but that is the extent of the lighting that we're providing on site. That's not to say that the homes themselves that will be built here won't have lighting on the front of them. They most likely will. Next slide. Our parking plan. I got into this a little bit before, but again, there are, I can't read it here, 60 spaces, and we broke that out between parallel and parking that's perpendicular to the street. And again, we do satisfy the requirements, the city code requirements for minimum parking spaces. So I do have a handout that I'll share that with you later on. Next slide. I mentioned the parking or the pocket park. That's an enlargement of the area. There is an existing fence along this part of our property that separates the pocket park. One of the comments that came up in a presentation with the community and our neighbors is they really liked that site because of the existing vegetation that's on it. It's full of scrub oak. There's some under vegetation as well, grass, and they love the deer that hang out there and they don't want to chase them away. And that was, I think, one of the considerations for Parab choosing that site over the other site up the road. But again, that was selected by Parab. That was not our first choice because we actually had divided that lot into 2 lots and there would have been 2 additional homes to show you tonight had we not dedicated this to Parab. And that will be conveyed to the city. Next slide. In addition to the site improvements that are being made, we do have a requirement for a landscape plan. Even though when you drive by the site, it seems to be pretty heavily vegetated. Why would you want more planting out there? Well, we're providing it because it is a requirement. So we do have this landscape plan that's included in the major development package, where I think it's probably going to be most appreciated is along the new internal street. We're showing street trees that satisfy the planting requirement. We do have additional trees going in along Crystal Park Road. We are allowed to count existing trees toward our total tree count requirements, so we did. But there's a fair amount of new planting that'll still happen out here. What you see out there is not necessarily what you get. There will be more trees. It'll be heavily planted. Next slide. And that basically concludes my presentation. I'm sorry for taking as long as I did, but I sensed there was a need to go through as much of this as possible. We are requesting that the recommendation, the findings and recommendation, and this, we don't have MCAC 2211 up here. That was the other change. It's in your package that I handed out. Basically, what we're asking you to do is agree with the Historic Preservation Commission and allow the demolition of the 3 units that we discussed previously. And the first 2 items up here, this was deleted because it's no longer applicable, because we're showing additional cabin structures, the 2 cabins that I mentioned. Items 1 and 2 are identical to what Hannah had presented to you before, so we're requesting for the approval of the major development plan for Manitou Cabins. And that concludes what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think probably, let's see, some other comment. Okay, just a minute. And if you identify yourself, Okay.
Taylor Stamp, 1431 West Cucharas, Colorado Springs, Colorado, owner as well. So a couple questions I wanted to address. So questions on due diligence. We're going to disclose to buyers what we can and can't build. All these properties also for the lots fall within the HPC guidelines. So any buyer will have to adhere to HPC guidelines. They'll go through a strict review process for any new construction. So as far as new build, they're going to go through a lot of hoops to build on those lots. So this is not a quick flip and turn for us on those lots. There's going to be a lot of work going into those properties. The trees, you mentioned trees in the historic or the legacy trees. We actually tried to retain as many as possible. We ideally did not want to remove any, but there were 3 or 4 actually in the foundations of those properties and basically creating big issues for those homes. We actually had a tree fall in over right after we had finished cleaning up the site across the stream side. So we were trying to protect the cabins and preserve as many trees as possible. We had 3 arborists come out and identify which trees they would like. We of course went with the arborist that said, these are your ones I would highly recommend doing at a minimum. So we did the bare minimum. Those were all diseased or dying, which you could see when you actually cut them, the core was pretty damaged. The site has been heavily neglected for 30 years. So we're trying to get some growth back into those trees by trimming them, pruning them, and really getting the whole property back together. The fence, the orange fence, it's ugly. It's what we can really do right now. We really hope it's temporary because hopefully we get approval and start moving along. The fence is extremely expensive for a temporary item to keep homeless people out, which once we start work, there won't be that need. And unfortunately, we've been holding onto the property for 2 years with no movement. And we've put a lot of work into the property already, so we're just trying to keep it at a minimum for the cost in the future. We have had the break-ins, there's holes all throughout the cabins. So we're really just wanting to get approval on this project so we can start making those look nice. And as far as asking prices, we have no idea what they're going to cost. The market is fluctuating heavily. I wish we could say this cabin is going to cost this much, but we've uncovered a ton of unexpected items within the cabins. But we're really trying to keep them as attainable as possible. And that's where the development of the land comes from. If we're not able to do the land, we can't renovate the cabins, it just becomes more expensive. They're heavily neglected. Log cabins are expensive in general. So those are just kind of one things I wanted to point out for you guys to consider as well.
Okay, thank you. We have any other comments from the applicants at this time?
Council, I just handed out 2 items. One was the legal description of the property and the boundary survey that matches that legal description. There have been questions that perhaps the boundary that we've indicated on our drawings along Crystal Park Road may not be accurate. We have to go by what the PLS, the professional land surveyor, comes back. They're obligated to what they do and what they're called a closure. This legal description that's on the first page has to close. The drawing that's attached to this, the colored rendering, does show a black line. That is what matches that legal description. As far as we're concerned, the boundary and right of way along Crystal Park Road is accurate as surveyed. The second exhibit is called the parking and sidewalk exhibit. There are 2 sheets to that. The first one, we're indicating where proposed parking is that would be accessed from the public right of way. Again, the parking is not within the right of way, but it is accessed from the right of way. So what we're showing are the parking spaces on Crystal Park Road that are accessed from Crystal Park Road, because as I mentioned, they can't be accessed internally. The requirement is satisfied. What I wanted to also show you, our neighbor across the street, the Crystal Park Cantina. The second page that is shown here, what we've done is taken what they've done with their parking. The Cantina is building 178, and the 2 circles show basically what we're proposing to do on our side of the street. So they've got parking that is on their property, but it's also accessed by a public thoroughfare, Crystal Park Road. So what we're doing, and we're also showing where the existing sidewalk is on the other side of the road, does not cut across the entire frontage of the Cantina or the home to the south of that. So we're actually providing considerably more sidewalk. We did listen to the concerns about public safety, so we are providing a 5-foot sidewalk. But as far as the parking configuration that we're proposing to you, it basically mirrors what's across the street. And again, we don't have a need to provide parallel parking on Crystal Park Road because we've satisfied the minimum requirement by code. But that's what those 2 items are. Glad to answer any questions, but those are all the comments we have.
Julie?
Can you give me a little info on the existing above ground utilities? Is that, I would assume, running across the entire property where the old cabins are?
Hello, my name is Mark Parisi, 121 South Elm Street, Colorado Springs, 80903. Apologize, I'm not going to be as eloquent as Bill. This is my first kind of public hearing. The only above ground utilities right now on site is electric, and most of it is vacant or vacated.
What's that mean?
Just, it's not in use at all to any of the cabins.
Oh, the utility
So-
poles are there, but they're dead.
And so any proposed electric to the existing cabins or proposed will all be underground.
Oh, okay, that was my next question, because when I asked about undergrounding, I was told, oh yeah, that's required for new construction. But what are we gonna do with all these cabins? But you're gonna take all of the electrical out.
That is correct.
Thank you. That was very eloquent.
Maybe have you repeat your full name again, Mark? We didn't catch your last name.
Mark Ferraci,
Can you spell that, please?
F as in Frank, ERRARESE.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we're going to have the applicants back after the public hearing portion. So if there's no objection, I propose we take a break, then we'll do public comments and then we'll come back and we'll invite the applicants back and then the city. Before we break for a break, I'd like to get a sense in the audience of how many people would like to speak during the public comment portion. Could you raise your hands if you want to speak? Looks like we've got 5 or 6 people. Okay, that shouldn't be any problem. Okay, great. Thanks. Let's take a break. Let's come back at 10 after 8. It's 8:10. If we could take our seats, we'll go ahead and resume the meeting, please. Okay, we've come to the portion of this meeting where we actually hear from the public. This will be the all open public comment here in just a minute. I'd like to explain that typically we ask speakers to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. I would like everyone who would like to speak to have the opportunity to speak. And it may be, generally, we would try to avoid repetition, but if someone spoke ahead of you and they're basically voicing thoughts that you'd like to echo, you can just say, I agree with so-and-so, or I agree with so-and-so on these points, and then add your fresh new comments. That way you have a chance to bring your thoughts forward, but we don't spend an undue amount of time playing a broken record. So, and in that procedure we've used a number of times, and it seems to work pretty well. So that said, when you come up to the microphone, please give us your full name and your address. Try and get about 3 inches from the microphone. You'll need to press a button and you'll see the light come on green. So Judy, I think you have sign up, so we'll take people in the order received.
I do. I have received 2. The first one is Kathleen Nims.
Okay, Kathleen.
Kathleen Nims, 9 Sandra Lane, Manitou Springs. I'm here to request consideration of adding a row of parallel parking and a sidewalk to the full length of Manitou Cabins by Crystal Park Road. There's an approximate 20 feet public right-of-way between the Manitou Cabin property and the Crystal Park Road pad of the street end. This is marked on Mr. Gooman's map by a 50-foot right-of-way. It's in tiny, tiny, small print. You can hardly see it. But in the middle of the road, it says 50 feet right-of-way. The road is approximately 30 feet wide, and the right-of-way that I'm talking about, 20, for a total of 50. So there has been a lack of information about this public right-of-way, which is problematic because many people are unaware that the right-of-way even exists. This 20 feet and how it's measured. Okay, on the assessor's map, you can see that the public right-of-way is a strip that is on the eastern side of Crystal Park Road. It is not evenly divided. It's odd. It's done in an odd way, but it is on the east side or the Manitou Cabin side of Crystal Park Road. So you would not measure from the center of the road. You would measure 50 feet from the other edge of the road across, because it's a 50-foot right-of-way that comes onto the area that borders Manitou Cabins. Now, the parallel parking requires 9 to 10 feet and sidewalk 5 to 6 feet. This totals 14 to 16 feet, many feet less than 20 feet. Even if you were off by a couple of feet, you would have room for parallel parking and a sidewalk on the entire line of the property. Now, the current plan has pull-in, pull-out parking where the people back out across the sidewalk and through the public right-of-way. Now, I can't say for certain where that 20 feet from the road puts it in relation to the parking, but looking at the map and looking at the map on the assessor site,
Kathy,
I would say-
Kathy, you're at 3 minutes. Can you sum up, please?
yes. there is a public right of way, there's room for a sidewalk, there's room for parallel parking. You cannot delay because once the parking is set, all of the parking would have to be accessed through an entrance to the back of the area. And it's a huge, huge property. It's a huge property. I estimate there are 14 spaces that we're talking about that are back in and out that would have to be moved to accommodate for parallel parking along the entire strip of the property. Now that they have 4 places for the pocket park, they would also have parallel parking in front of the pocket park so that those 4 spots would be covered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
The next speaker is Carl Stang.
Good evening, Council. Carl Stang, 204 Crystal Park Road. I'll make my comments brief. I agree with Kathy. And I just want to highlight that, there's years of unaddressed safety issues on Crystal Park Road. That's highlighted by the fact that there's been multiple studies, as well as the Crystal Park Road Traffic Safety Group. And so, this new development with 29 new homes and all the associated vehicle traffic, I think is going to be a major impact to Crystal Park Road. Not to mention that the former residents of Cheyenne Village, obviously with disabilities, did not have motor vehicles. And so this is going to be a major impact for the neighborhood. And so, the biggest concern is, like Kathy mentioned, the perpendicular parking crossing the sidewalk and, additional driveways effectively now on exit and entering onto Crystal Park Road, as well as the sidewalk not being contiguous for the whole portion of Crystal Park Road, right? In front of the cantina, there's lots of pedestrian traffic. And so not having that contiguous pedestrian area well-defined, I think is going to cause a lot of conflict. So thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Judy, you just had 2 people that signed up. I saw more hands out there. Who'd like to? Yes, sir. You with a hand up. Yeah, come forward, please. Yeah.
My name is Matt Ferguson. I live at 1370 Indian Oaks Place. I'd like to thank the council members for your time and for doing your homework, as it is clear that you're well prepared for this meeting. In particular, I'd like to thank Councilor Chandler and Councilor Wolf for your line of questioning, as the concerns you voiced are the primary concerns of all homeowners directly bordering this property. Lots 1 through 7 are not viable for development. On one side, you've got an unstable hillside at a slope from 30 to 50 plus degrees, which the Tier 2 study has already shown. On the other side, you've got a 100-year floodplain. That's why the east side of the property has never been developed. We're reasonable people. We have no problem or no objection to the demolition of the 3 non-historic buildings. But when our foundations are jeopardized by the lots as currently platted, we are humbly asking that the city council require a Tier 3 study be completed before you approve the major development plan application. There are also significant concerns that have been voiced by the council over parking, and there are also unanswered questions over the right-of-way issue that should be addressed now and not later, when protections seem to be less clear and less stringent. With that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm Dave McDonald. I live at 1385 Indian Oaks Place. And like Matt, I'm concerned about the slope steepness and stability. And I'd like to ask you that you include the Tier 3 geological study before we go forward with this. I think that the subdivision should be holistically looked at. If you look at the site development plan, I've got a map on my phone right here, and it's a slope steepness plan produced by William Gooman. And if you look at lots 2, 3, there's not room for a normal size house. If you look at what's not in the 30% grade on that slope, you could maybe fit a 600 square foot cabin. Mentally just take one, the smallest one that they have, and plop it down. There's not room for a garage. There's not room for the parking that we're talking about on those lots. So please look at this more holistically. And we're real worried about what you said, Commissioner Chandler, about kicking the can down the road. It isn't defined where these lots can have building and not building. Someone buys it. It just puts that onus on us to have to deal with some new neighbor that, you know, have just moved in. So I'm hoping that you can look at this and protect the people that are already there, because I don't think that this plan is going to cover that. Thanks a lot for listening.
Okay, thank you, David. See, the lady, I think she had her hand up here. Ma'am? Yes. And then the gentleman over on the right side, on your right side.
My name is Nancy Johnson. We're one of the co-owners of Manitou LLC. We're Manitou residents. We live on 211 Crystal Valley Road. Right now, across the street from us on Crystal Valley, new houses going in. On our street, it's all new build. One whole side of the street is lots that back up to a hillside. Manitou is a town built on hills. Everywhere you look is a house or home or a building built into a hill for 100 years. How many of these houses have fallen down over the years? I think it's, I understand the concerns with the neighbors. They have had this property vacant for quite a long time. Nobody has done anything to it. They, I think, feel that this is an extension of their property. I think that if you take a look at those lots, it's no different than all these small lots scattered around Manitou that are tucked into the hillsides and that have been done so for 100 years. And I'm not a geologist, but as far as I know, none of them have fallen down and none of them have ever hurt their neighbors. So we would love to have the support of the community. And it's been so painful to continue the same 4 or 5 people that have, you know, come up. There's a lot of people that support us. They support what we're doing. We're trying to beautify and do something wonderful for this area. And nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about, you know, what 2 years of this process looks like. Think about it, 2 years of this. And what we still have is people complaining about building sites that might impact their home. Even though, you know, these aren't 29 new buildings. They have been here for almost 20. Some of them have been here for almost 100 years, some of them. These are not 29 new homes going in. That's all I can say. We would love to have support. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Zapel, and that's spelled Zapel. I live at 1330 Indian Oaks Place. That's in Manitou Springs. And my home is on the northwest boundary of lot number 6 in the proposed development. And no, I do not consider the land that's down below my home in the hillside, which is part of this development plan, to be an extension of my property. I've gladly had neighbors. That's Cheyenne Village, and I've lived there since 1986. So that's 36 years. So we've been through a lot of people down that hillside as our neighbors. I agree with the comments that Matt Ferguson made and Dave McDonald made. Our biggest concern, and this was also voiced by Councilor Chandler as well, when you look at the geological hazard mitigation study, and it talks about all those slopes and all those areas, 30% or greater, should be designated as no build zones. All of the 8 homeowners that live on Indian Oaks Place are going to be impacted by this development. And I think it's totally legitimate for us to have concerns about what happens on that hillside, because that's a shared hillside between the developer and these homeowners that live up there. If that hillside is compromised, if there are problems with that, that affects our foundation, our very homes. So I think we have extremely legitimate concern. And I take umbrage with the comments that Nancy just made, that we shouldn't have the right to come up and voice those concerns. What I think at this point, for those lots 1 through 7, that the study is showing really should have a slope stability analysis done. And what we're asking for, the Indian Oaks neighbors, we're asking for that slope stability analysis to be done at this stage, not to be kicked down the road later on. This is the time to address it. This is the time to find out on these lots number 1 through 7 that are on this steep hillside, what's buildable and what's not. And what we would like to see and what would satisfy us is if we can do that slope stability analysis on those specific lots, that we can see a defined no build line that we can refer to. You can't see that on the plan right now. They're kind of saying, well, we'll get to it in the subdivision area or whatever. We would like to see that happen now. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Mark. Lady at the back there, please.
So the green light is on, so that means all things are working. Okay. My name is Laura Steinbach. I live at 1 Loretta Lane in Manitou Springs. And I'm here to voice my real desire to have this property developed in a way that's responsible, that preserves the historic cabins. I think that the owners have done a beautiful job in and have a genuine interest in maintaining the property, in maintaining the historic cabins, and really, really sincerely want to make something beautiful in our community. And for me, that's really, really important. They've been incredibly responsible and cooperative and communicative, despite the obstacles that were presented to them with COVID, with delays in getting decisions on moving forward with this plan. There's been 2 years that they have negotiated in good faith and have done everything asked of them. And it hurts me to think that we have local owners, developers who want to develop something beautiful, maintain the history of our neighborhood and the cabins that bring, well, if not affordable, certainly by the size would make it a little more reasonable than most housing in our area. From what I know of these owners, they have done everything requested of the plans. They've, even with the trees, they responsibly tended to the trees, and the roofs look beautiful. So I, for one, love that this has been bought by the local people, and they have a sincere desire to make it beautiful. I want to support that, and things are done in steps, and a tier 3 study with a subdivision plan can easily address the concerns that have been voiced by the Indian Oaks folks. So with that, that's it.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else who wants to speak? Yes, yes, sir. Oops. You turn the light on, please. The button there in the middle should go green. Yeah.
My name is Dale Stamp. I'm one of the owners of the Manitou Cabins LLC. And I live at 1628 Cheyenne Boulevard, which is a 700-foot cabin cottage. Over 2 years ago, I discovered this property that it was going to come on the market. And I had, sound like Martin Luther King, I had a vision. And the vision and the goal was to enhance this property, to make it better for the community. We've done everything possible to try to do that. We've cooperated with everybody who has come to us, and we've done our due diligence. We put together a great team. Bill Gooman has probably put in over 1,000 hours trying to put this project together and get it moved forward. Basically, when Cheyenne Village owned this property, they abandoned the maintenance and upkeep for that for the last 20 or so years. I'm sure all of you saw this. It came to my attention when we were at Crystal Cantina sitting there looking at the property deteriorate over the years. And that's when we were fortunate to get the opportunity to work on this project. Today, we've cleaned up all the trees. We didn't remove any trees that were not supposed to be removed. I know there's a big question mark on about the people who live above the project, but you can't get permits. You can't build something or design something unless an engineer comes in there and puts a stamp on it and says, hey, it's geohazard safe right now. I mean, that's just public knowledge. Today with the state, the cities and everything, you can't just design a foundation unless you have all meet the criteria that will be safe and will not knock down the houses above you. Then they have a liability as well as the engineers. They have to guarantee that. The structures continue to deteriorate. We put the roofs on there. We spent a lot of money to do those roofs to stop the deterioration. The vandalism is increasing. We are surprised that the homeless people have not invaded that area. We don't know why somebody opened the door in the lodge. That lodge we're hoping to convert into a breakfast, lunch, coffee shop. Eventually, we think that would be a great enhancement to the community. We keep hearing how unsafe Crystal Park Road. One of the things that's always surprised me now is that there's never been any speed bumps on that Crystal Park Road. I mean, that's one big alleviation. When you walk across from the Crystal Cantina to the other side of parking or whatever, and these cars are flying by, and I've never understood why there's no speed bumps, especially in that area, which would correct that, because most communities who have a facility or an amount of traffic like that, they put in speed bumps, and this has not been done. And I don't know why Manitou Springs has not done that.
Mr. Stamp, you're at 3 minutes. Can you sum up, please?
I just really hope that you guys work with us and allow us to proceed. I probably have lost 150 nights of sleep on this project. We are definitely getting worn out or worn down. And we just hope that we are able to enhance this 9 acres of land. And I hope you see that we're trying our best to do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else that wants to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jamie Kaufman. I live at 1315 Indian Oaks
I'm
Place.
sorry, could you start again here now that you're closer to the
Sorry
microphone?
about that. My name is Jamie Kaufman. I live at 1315 Indian Oaks Place. I have never spoken before, so I'm a new person. I'm not the typical people that maybe have been indicated to have spoken before. I heard a comment regarding codes, protection for the homeowners. I know about soils reports. I know a lot about construction myself. And I think and I've heard a comment about hills, that all the properties being stable on hillsides. Not in Manitou itself, but I think some neighbors in Broadmoor Bluffs and also Upper Skyway may disagree with the protections they may have felt that they had regarding code and stability of their homes in the past when we had a 100-year flood or rain. So I think it's very reasonable for neighbors to ask for a level of detail that gives helps us feel more comfortable. Also, when this property was purchased, I hear a lot about feeling like there are victims, waited a long time. I don't believe there are any guarantees when you purchase a property. There are risks. There's a process that has to be completed. And I think that's being done, but I don't believe there are any victims in regards to the process because people have some objections. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? This would be your opportunity to speak. No takers? Okay. I'm going to close the public comment portion of the meeting. If necessary, we can reopen that. So that'll be closed. And at this time, I would invite the applicant to come back up to the microphone and might respond to some of the comments that were made, if you'd like.
Thank you, Council. Bill Gooman. I mentioned that there were 149 letters that had gone out to our neighbors 4 different times, advising them of a public hearing, either at a planning commission, historic preservation commission, city council tonight. I mentioned that there were 102 folks that showed up at our first neighborhood meeting. We had between 20 and 30 of our neighbors show up for subsequent neighborhood meetings. So I've counted here, we've got 7 opponents versus 4 supporters. So I think we've done pretty good because I remember the first planning commission meeting we had, the place was packed with people that had questions and we hopefully have educated everybody and council in particular with what we're proposing to do. I provided council with a schematic of our sidewalk and parking plan. And a speaker, Ms. Nims, indicated that there needs to be some further study of the right-of-way. We're legally bound by the findings of the professional land surveyor who stamped that legal description and the drawing that identified the property line. We do exceed the parking requirements on site. We do stand by where those parking spaces are located. As far as parallel parking on Crystal Park Road, that would be council's discretion with input from the city as far as whether that parking is required in that location. The traffic study, there was a comment about the number of cars that are on Crystal Park Road. The traffic study that we provided you, prepared by a professional transportation engineer. We stand by their report that we will not exacerbate the traffic that's on the road, either on Sutherland or on Crystal Park Road. There was a comment by an individual about the soils being unstable. Yes, most hillsides throughout the Pikes Peak region have unstable soils. That's why we hire a geologist to take a look at that. As far as the floodplain, we have nothing proposed to be developed within the floodplain. We are actually addressing the floodplain with an on-site detention facility, but we're not doing anything that makes any situation worse. We're improving the existing situation. As far as the tier 3 requirement, that's a construction drawing issue that will be addressed. Anybody that is going to come to the city with a request to build a new home on any of those 9 lots is going to have to do a tier 3 study. I don't think that any building permit's going to be issued without one having been done. It is not a requirement at the development plan level of design and submittal though. So we did, as I indicated earlier, designate the building envelopes within those lots. There is a build to line indicated on the drawings. Unfortunately, even with the big screen here, and I know the 8.5 by 11s that I handed out don't make it any easier to read, there is a build to line indicated on the drawings that we did submit. You know, I haven't heard in 2 years of any of the neighbors who oppose the development of those 9 lots based upon soil considerations. I know if I had a house up there and I was that concerned about it, I'd have hired my own geologist. I'd have hired my own engineer and said, read this report. Does that make sense to you? Look at my backyard that is backed onto our property. Take a couple of soil borings. Tell me what the slope, the slide potential is if something is developed down there. I would be willing to put money on it that the findings and recommendations of those geologists and those engineers would mirror those of the ones who have worked on this project for the last 2 years. Broadmoor Bluffs and Skyway is not Manitou Springs. Nancy had gotten up here earlier and mentioned that there have been no slide conditions in Manitou where property was destroyed. Nowhere near of what happened in Broadmoor Bluffs. I happen to be very familiar with that in the Broadmoor Bluffs area. There are no documented slides where property was destroyed or lost in Manitou Springs. We don't intend for that to happen here as well. And the last comment was, yeah, the owners of the property are very aware as the developer of the property as well of the risks involved when you take on something like this. That's the nature of the beast when you do development. There are always risks. There are always going to be unforeseen things that come into play here. I don't think anybody is claiming that they're a victim, but one thing that I would really encourage you to keep in mind while you decide to approve or make, conditions of approval here is I've been in the urban planning and landscape architecture and entitlement coordination business for 40 years in the Pikes Peak region. And we have worked throughout the state of Colorado, primarily in Colorado Springs. That's our home base, but up and down the Front Range as well. We've worked with municipalities of all different sizes on all different types of projects, different scope. Historic preservation is not something that you run into all the time. So we were prepared that there were going to be considerations here that hadn't been dealt with before. And we think we've satisfactorily addressed everything that was brought to our attention. We were told, do this. We volunteered to do things that weren't necessarily needing to be done. But as you've heard from several folks, and I indicated at the introduction of our presentation, one thing we have not encountered, I have not personally encountered, is a 2-year entitlement process with a reviewing agency. And I understand there's a personal attachment to this property by the city. It wants to preserve this property. It's historic and it deserves to be preserved. But a 2-year entitlement period, I've never experienced that before, but that's what it's taken us to get to this point here this evening. So in closing, all I would say is we really encourage your support for this. It's not done. There will be future planning work that Planning Commission and most likely council will have to review and consider when the 9 lots are developed. I think the historic cabin properties are actually, and I can't believe I'm saying this, easier to deal with than new construction. But we really encourage you to let us move forward and make the improvements that are proposed. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'd like to open it up to council for any questions. Judith?
Mayor, I have no questions regarding item G1. I do have 2 questions for the planning director on item G2. So I don't know how you are planning to move forward if we are at this point taking one item at a time.
Okay. Yeah, well, actually, we had decided earlier that we wanted to handle this in terms of the presentation, just to do one presentation and one cycling through the applicant and so forth. So when we're through with the applicants, we'll bring our planning director back and she'll have a chance to respond to our questions or elaborate on anything she feels is significant. And at that point, then the matter will, council will deliberate and we'll make some sort of decision. So that's how I see it playing out. Does that get, as I understand, that would give you the opportunity to, your questions, I think, are for Hannah. Is that correct?
They are, but they are not related to item G1. They're only related to item G2.
G2. Okay, well,
So I
we'll
just want to make that clear.
okay, I understand. Yeah, we can do that in a little bit here. But if anybody has any council members have questions on either G1 or G2, this is the questions for the applicants. This is the time to ask those questions. Okay, seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. And now we'll hear from our city planning director.
Maybe, or for the record, Hannah Van Nimway and McGuire with City Planning Department. Maybe before diving into questions, I do have follow up on the parking that I kind of left hanging, if that was one of your questions. Great. So according to code, it requires 2 parking spaces for every single family detached home and 2 parking spaces for every 2-bedroom unit if it's an attached unit. So like a duplex, apartment, a townhome, something like that. It requires 1.5 spaces for 1 bedroom and 3 spaces for a 3-bedroom. And that's for attached units. For a detached single family home, the code only calls out 2 parking spaces, regardless of how many bedrooms are in that detached home. So on the west side of the property, the existing cabins, there are 22 cabin structures. If you calculate those at 2 parking spaces per single family detached, because they are proposing that this would be a fee simple lot for sale for each of those cabins, plus the duplexes will assume at 2 bedrooms maximum, they are actually overparked. So that would be 44 required parking spaces for that portion of the property. For the other portion of the property, they would be required to have 2 parking spaces per home, and we would review that as those homes were coming in. So according to the parking plan of having 60, and I believe you had counted 46 or something along those lines, they are only required to have 44. So they are overparked according to the code. The other comment that I wanted to make was regarding the parks dedication. It's very lucky that we have our parks director in the audience. But he mentioned that the park site that's located on the immediate corner it does align with the parks master plan. The parks master plan does call out a desire to have a park in this location. And Mr. Beck mentioned that the Parks Department does have capacity to construct a park there, and they would want to have control over that process. So even though there could have been an opportunity for the developer to build a park, Mr. Beck is communicating that the Parks Department does have capacity and would desire to have control of the process. Regarding the right-of-way, it is not within the applicant to figure out and design the city's right-of-way. It is for the city to do. So all the comments regarding parallel parking, we would probably want to have a study done to show what is actually feasible for that 50-foot right-of-way and for maintaining a certain level of width for the pavement, this, that, and the other. So in comparison or in coordination with all the other capital improvements that need to happen in Manitou, perhaps that's one of them. And that can be a discussion that we have internally in conjunction with City Council. So it's definitely something that we can talk about and have control over and plan our right of way. Those were my only comments based on the things that I had heard from public comment as well as the applicant's presentation, but I'm available for any other questions that you may have.
Council, this is your opportunity. Any questions on either of the two matters before us? Judith?
Thank you, Mayor. Generally, I'm really excited about this project. I think it's phenomenal. I think that the owners have done a tremendous amount of due diligence. And I don't want to see those historic cabins, sit any longer than they have to be restored. On the other side, I'm also listening to the residents, and what I heard this evening were three things. Concerned about a continuous sidewalk, the possibility of parallel parking, and a tier 3 study. So my questions are regarding those three items. And I'll start with the sidewalk and the parallel parking. I don't know who mentioned that, across the street at the cantina, this is what it looks like. Just because something is across the street and that's what it looks like, that doesn't mean that it's a good thing. Having been to the cantina and had opportunities to back my car out and try to avoid the wild turkeys and the deer. So my first question to you is, if it looks like the property is overparked. So with those parking spaces that are, our front end, A, are those necessary? And B, could a continuous sidewalk be constructed if they were not there, given that the property itself has enough parking spaces on site?
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. That's a great question. The code technically allows for that parking configuration where you back into the right of way, but also according to the code, they are overparked, as you mentioned. It's not at my liberty to redesign their site for them. So that would be something that I'd want to defer to the applicants on their opinion on making a design change at this stage. However, I do know that a couple of those parking spaces that are right up in front of that main lodge area are their designated ADA parking spaces. So we would just want to make sure that without that row that we could still maintain an ADA compliant parking space or two. I forget how many are on there or required right now. Elsewhere on the property, or if it could be adjusted a little bit, that would be my primary concern. But again, I'd have to defer to the applicants whether they can make that design change.
So in order to really focus on the health, safety, and welfare of the residents up there and the people who drive by and the wildlife, you mentioned early on in your presentation that the city could take on a study, do a proposed plan of that area. Am I hearing you saying that that plan could possibly entail taking a look at the row and doing a continuous sidewalk with a different configuration of the parking?
That's definitely possible. I think we're speaking a little off the cuff at the dais, but we would definitely need to talk with Public Works about doing a plan like that. But that is something that a plan could cover. So if we were to do a capital facility plan or capital improvement plan or something, whatever you want to call it, we could be looking at parallel parking and adding sidewalk within the city's right of way. They are proposing to add a portion or a sidewalk within the right of way now, but we could look at closing gaps not only for just this segment, but it might be best practice to look at the road as a whole. So those are all questions that we would want to discuss and also weigh against other priorities and how that fell in the priority schedule of funding this, that, and the other.
Because the only two holdbacks I have are those issues. I have concerns about the residents wanting, I don't think it's unreasonable to want a continuous sidewalk and to have a safe area. My second question is regarding the tier 3 geologic hazard report. So if the tier 2 report that I read indicates that there are potentially areas that are not buildable, my concern about voting for that portion of it is that site is just kind of an idea right now of what that could look like. And I have trouble voting for, ideas. I really want to have a decision really grounded in as much knowledge as I have before I vote for something this important. So couple questions. Was a tier 3 study not done just because it was not required and it will be passed on as something that's required of any potential buyer of one of these lots? Is that what I'm hearing?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Chandler. Unfortunately, I am coming into this project a little late and I can't necessarily speak to the decisions of previous staff. What I can tell you though is what is allowed in code, and the process that the applicants have taken is what's permitted in code. So at this stage, they are technically only required to have a tier 2, and then at a future stage, have that tier 3 with the subdivision plat where things become much more concrete. So they are following what's applicable in code, but a decision to have a tier 2 and then a tier 3 later on was made prior to my tenure.
So is a subdivision plat of that area contingent upon people buying property? Is that when that will be done?
The subdivision plat would be what establishes a property to be available for sale. So they wouldn't have there wouldn't be any land to necessarily, any individual lots to buy until that plat is done and recorded. So the subdivision plat would have to be reviewed by the Planning Commission and the City Council way before they're anybody's buying any property with any legal description. So it would have to occur before a purchase.
And tell me again, just for my memory, who is responsible for paying for that tier 3 study at that time in the process?
At the subdivision plat process, it would be the applicant. When a property owner, let's say that it all goes through and a subdivision plat is approved and recorded with the county assessor's office or county recorder's office. At that time, if somebody were to want to buy a lot and they were ready to or wanting to build on it, it would be up to them to pay for their own tier 3 to finalize the design of a foundation, things like that. But the actual buildable area would have been finalized at the subdivision plat. So at that time, they would have a very clear understanding as to what is within the no build area and what isn't. So they would have a very clear knowledge of what their building envelope would be, but their tier 3 would be more about the engineering of a foundation.
I see. And would there be any possibility that someone would come along and say, I want to buy lot 1 and we find out that the tier 3 report says it's not possible to build on this site at all? Is that a possibility that a problem could arise, or has that been pretty much ironed out in the?
Thank you for that question. A few things would have had to have gone wrong in order for that to happen. So let's say that we move forward tonight, we get the subdivision plat. We're looking at that subdivision plat with the tier 3. The tier 3 clearly calls out that there is no portion of a lot that has what we would consider buildable area, so less than 30% slope. Then we shouldn't be platting that as a lot for sale because it's unbuildable. It would require a waiver. Right now, they're showing that there could be 9 lots that may have a buildable area, but it's a little bit ambiguous given the tier 2 isn't as specific as a tier 3 would be. But this gives permission for up to 9, no more than 9. But if we found that there was one that, you would have to do a waiver, then that lot could not be. It wouldn't be good practice to plat it. You technically could, but that would have to be approved by the council.
May I jump in for just 1 second? Because I have the added benefit of having been able to read this while Hannah's getting grilled up here with some good questions. And so Hannah, I think what you said just now was perfectly accurate, but I think there might be a little confusion because you need to do a tier 3 before as part of your subdivision application. So your city council couldn't approve a subdivision application without a tier 3. And then wait until a building permit's issued and do a tier 3 for each lot individually. I mean, I think that's what Hannah said, but I want to make sure that that's clear. And so reading through the code, the details basically say a tier 3 can be required for major development plans and for major subdivisions. So I can't speak to what staff had spoken with the applicant about previous to Hannah, but it sounds like the decision was made to recommend that it be required at the subdivision stage. But your code does actually allow for it to be required at the major development plan stage as well. But given that you've got a tier 2 already done, and the recommendation is to look at the tier 3 at the subdivision stage, that's permissible under your code. You just wouldn't approve subdivision plan and then do a tier 3 on each lot one at a time. Because as Hannah said, you would not want to be creating lots that are not buildable as part of a subdivision plan.
You answered my question, both of you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other counselors? Any questions? Okay, well, we're open to discussion and deliberation now. Thank you, Hannah. So we could just go around the table here and get a feel for where council's at. Does that sound agreeable? Julie, you want to start off?
Really helped that Jeff just quoted the ordinance to us. Well, one thing, it seems to me that if the applicant's going to have to do a tier 3 report anyway, I'd really like to see that before I vote. I also believe that Kissing Camels had some pretty significant land shifting problems with those mansions up there, which maybe is technically not Manitou, but it's pretty darn close to Manitou. So we have actually seen, Nancy, some pretty horrible things happen locally, and it's cost people hundreds of thousands of dollars. My primary concern right now is really the sidewalks. It's already one of the least safe roads in Manitou. We've got residents who say, we want sidewalks. This is a large piece of property. I trust that the developer can prepare a major development plan that includes sidewalks, continuous sidewalks all along. It's fine that the code allows us to drive right into the parking spot from the road the way we already have at the restaurant there at the cantina. But I don't want to see that system continuing as a way for people to get in and out of their property. It sounds very unsafe. This is a family neighborhood. We've got kids walking to and from school and running around. So to me, I'm not a fan of having a section with no sidewalk just so the cars can pull in and out of their property to park right there. So I would personally like to see them go back to the drawing board on that, because I want to see these people have a sidewalk. Is that really asking too much? I don't think so. I don't really have an answer to why would I want to see tier 3 now as opposed to later, other than just habit, having been on the planning commission for 10 years. And so I don't know if there's any downside to waiting until we do the subdivision on that, because I'm not worried about that too much. Obviously, we can just eliminate a lot if we need to before buyers end up in a situation where they feel duped and they've purchased property that's a no build. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie?
I'm comfortable with the process we have in place. I feel like we've had great opportunities to hear from the neighbors and that this project is going to be successful. I recognize that Crystal Park Road is going to need an investment by the city and a full study done at some point, and I do look forward to that. But I am comfortable with where we are, and I'm comfortable with following the recommendations of staff and the commissions.
Thank you. Nancy?
Did you say you are or are not comfortable, Natalie?
I am.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my ward. I walk by it every single day and I drive by it at least once a day. So on balance, to me, the pros outweigh the cons, and there are certainly some cons and very valid concerns. But to me, there have been adequate protections put in place to mitigate those most of those concerns. I too would like to see a sidewalk, but I do think that's important, but the whole road needs that. It's not just, and we've been through this, or at least I have before with that road, and the neighborhood shut it, or a group in the neighborhood shut it down. So I don't want to put that responsibility onto this developer necessarily. It seems like the developer has in fact made a lot of concessions, and I want them to feel like we are supporting them and move forward with this process, because I don't want them to back out. I would hate to see this continue, because then my concern, a big concern of mine, is that the property will continue to deteriorate. It will no longer be in the historic, it will no longer be considered historic because there's no buildings left. And we're just left with a new developer who wants to build something that is even less desirable. So that's where I am. I'd like to see this go forward.
Thank you, Nancy. Judith?
Yeah, I'm going to echo what Counselor Wolf said and just say that I don't think a continuous sidewalk is a big ask. I don't know if the developers are willing to take a relook at it. I am encouraged when I hear that that area is ripe for a capital improvement plan sooner versus later. So that I'm encouraged by that. And as much as I would also like to see the tier 3 study, I am the city attorney cleared up my questions, and that one will have to be done, and that any non-buildable areas will be identified at that time. So I feel a little bit more comfortable knowing that. So those two are my standout issues, but overall, I think as Councillor Fortune says, the pros are outweighing the cons, as long as we keep in mind that we need to come back and do a capital improvement look at that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Michelle?
I would like to see this project go forward too. I echo Counselor Wolf and Counselor Chandler with needing that sidewalk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mayor, may I know you have a chance to talk too, but
Also, Mr. Shada.
oh, and Mr. Shada too, but none of us addressed the demo issue. We're all focusing on the major development plan, and we're supposed to be voting on two different things. So that's fine if we just discuss the major development plan first and then go back to the demo later, I suppose. But I just wanted to point out that
No,
when you asked our opinion, we were all focusing on the major development only.
Okay, I understand that. That's a good point, Julie. Yeah, we'll have to break these out into two pieces of action here. That's a good point. Mr. Shada, do you have comments?
I certainly agree with Wolf and Chandler and Michelle. I'm very concerned, especially in the public packet on 432 is a Crystal Park Road, and I'm not certain this is exactly a photograph of something that was talking about plastic fencing, but it shows the troubling aspect of that way, that I think this is a prime opportunity in which the developer and the city, and I think the community in the immediate area needs to know the final configuration of the parking on Crystal Park Road and the sidewalk.
Okay.
And I think this is the process to get that done, as opposed to pretending like we're going to get this done in some future capital improvement program. I'm leery that that will ever happen.
Okay. Council, did anybody, I know John's remarks feel more garbled. Did anybody want to ask clarification from Mr. Shada? Okay.
I'm not sure what he was talking
Yeah.
about at the beginning.
Yeah, John, you were a little garbled coming over there at the beginning. Could you repeat your initial remarks?
Sure enough. On page, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. On page 432 of the public packet, okay, it's a picture of Crystal Park Road, and it's entitled Plastic Fencing. Okay, I think it's trying to depict something, but I think the public and the city, this is the perfect time for us to get this sidewalk and the parking on Crystal Park Road correct. And I think pretending like this is going to get corrected in some future phase in a public improvement program, I think it's foolish thinking. I think this is now the time to get all the parties to the table and get the parking and the sidewalk on Crystal Park Road with regard to this development correct.
Okay.
Mayor, make a comment on that. I've just been told by the planner that the applicant may be able to propose a solution to the sidewalk issue that could take this off the table for your consideration tonight. So it's fine if you want to reopen it for him to comment on that.
Okay. Yeah, if council has no objection, I'll reopen it. We'll reopen the hearing and we'll hear from the applicant. So it's reopened. Mr. Gooman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As a condition of approval, the owners are willing to look at and address the continuous sidewalk along Crystal Park Road. We indicated, or Hannah indicated also, we are overparked. In order to avoid a sidewalk crossing parking spaces that may not be needed, we're willing, the owner is willing to look at and address the continuous sidewalk if you were to include that as a condition of approval. I think that would address both the parking concerns on Crystal Park Road. Parking spaces will not cross over a sidewalk, and we're able to provide the continuous sidewalk that the community wants.
Thank you. Julie?
Well, I think we could only consider that if we knew the side effect. So how many parking spots would we lose? How many parking spaces would you then have? As opposed to what you said, 64 you're starting off with?
We're starting off with 60. We're required for 40. I believe the handout that I had given to you before identifies 14 spaces that back out onto the public right of way.
Wait. We're required to have 40 parking spots for 29 houses?
We're not addressing, I mean, we're talking about the cabins only, not the 9 lots.
Okay.
Okay. That's where the concern for the sidewalk is with the parking. I don't think there is a concern for the amount of parking that's in the 9-home subdivision. That's been adequately addressed. But what we're offering is will remove excess parking. We are overparked, and that's a fact. Anything that backs out onto the public right of way, we can remove, which would allow us to put a continuous sidewalk in along Crystal Park Road, along our entire frontage. But I mean, I think that's worth your consideration. It would help to address the public safety concern of there being a lack of sidewalk right there now. Of course, the only places you won't have a sidewalk is where we have our entranceways into the property. And there are 2 entranceways off of Crystal Park Road. But those are paved surfaces. But I would urge you to consider that, because that, I think that would address council's concerns and certainly the community's concerns for provision of a continuous sidewalk along our frontage. And it removes the potential concerns of backing out into the public right of way.
I know tell me again, so how many spaces would you have left for the 9 lots that are just vacant right now?
The
under your
9 lots. There are requirements, Hannah. What did you indicate?
I don't see how we can do this tonight. I mean,
We have.
if
to.
you're gonna show us like all these new drawings and this is how many spaces you'll have and this is where they'll go and these are the ones we're eliminating. And we have like another like,
You can make it
Well-
a condition of approval, council member. It's not unusual.
I know it's not unusual. I would just like to see what I'm approving before I approve it. So that would be a problem for me personally.
Thank you. Judith?
So in the packet, you said that you had 60 spaces and you require 40. And did I hear you say there's 14?
Correct.
So if we took the 60 that you have and we eliminated 14, that's still, you're still at 46.
Correct.
And I feel comfortable with that. I feel okay with that. I think it's I appreciate that the owners are willing to take a look at this and meet us, the residents halfway on this issue. And I don't think that would be a problem crossing the driveways because that's paved. So I feel good about this show of you bringing this to our attention and I think it's a really reasonable solution.
Thank you. And as a condition of approval, you're not just giving us a blank check and saying, yeah, whatever you want to do is fine. It's a condition of approval, meaning that if we don't satisfy what we're offering, it's not approved.
Well, I know that, but I meant, are we voting on 40, we approve it subject to your providing, 46 spaces. We approve it subject to your providing 42 spaces, or you're providing 60 spaces. I'm just saying, if I know you're eliminating the 14 spaces, you're explaining the 14 spaces would have to be eliminated along the area that the sidewalk is suggested and that would be the only change.
And the sidewalk would continue through where those spaces are.
Okay, I understand that. I'd like to hear from the public on how they feel about that proposed change, because
That was
that
going to be
might be
my,
a brilliant solution. And we've got people behind you. I know you don't have eyes on the back of your head who are raising their hand wanting to comment. So maybe this is workable.
yeah, John, I had a similar request, was that I'm curious as to whether the neighborhood is more concerned about losing 14 parking spaces and pushing visitors and guests on the street, or if they're more concerned about the sidewalk.
Okay, okay. So I see heads nodding on council. It seems like we're willing to, which is a good thing to hear from the audience. I think this is a generous gesture that the applicant has presented to us. I would like, okay, we can sample the audience. I would ask that comments be very brief. Okay, it's the night is not getting any younger. So, Bill, thank you. Sir? Yes, sir.
I just, my only comment is, when I made my comment is, we're only here to try to enhance this community and this property. We are very flexible in working with everybody who's concerned. We've done that from the beginning, from the Historical Society, whether it's the parking on the street or whatever, but somebody's got to show us some faith, and I hope you guys see that our intention is good on this property, but it is, like I told Hannah, we're at a critical mass on trying to save these cabins, and the cost of every month of delays, what it does to the project. And so.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point. We appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so if I could see a show of hands from people in the audience who'd like to respond to that offer. Okay, the lady in the long white coat, will start with you, and then Kathy, you'll be next. Yes, yes, young. Raise your hand again, please. Yes, you. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. It looked kind of white from here.
I'm Sue McDonald and I live at 1385 Indian Oaks Place in Manitou Springs.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone or pull it closer to you?
Since we are negotiating and saying they'll take away 14 spots and add sidewalks, can we ask for a condition of approval to do the tier 3 stage before this is approved? Because the sidewalks are very important, but so is the study to show if it's safe to build on the hillside before it's approved. I'm very, very concerned about that. And I hear that they're willing to negotiate to put sidewalks in. So let them do tier 3, which is, I believe, the understanding that they have to do it anyways. So please let it be done now, early in the stages, so we all have a clear idea of where they're going to build versus they'll figure it out later. That's a very big concern for those of us that live on that hillside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the intent.
Just to confirm, you like the sidewalks more than the parking spots? You like the sidewalks more than the parking spots?
I haven't thought of that because that was just presented to me 5 minutes ago. So
Okay, so you
that's
don't have a
something,
comment.
that's something that they would have to draw out and we see, because is that going to be good? Then there's going to be more parking, people parking out on the street, which is what we're trying to prevent to begin with. So it's really hard, but they get 3 hours of time. We get 3 minutes, and then we're asked to come up with, what do you think about their proposal? I don't know, bring them back and let's decide this when we have a chance to really think about what they proposed. And they didn't really propose anything. They're just giving you numbers, because I don't see any drawing. I don't know what 14 spots they're taking away. I don't know how
Okay.
big the
Thank
sidewalks
you.
are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Kathy?
I am happy about this compromise. I wonder if perhaps instead of losing 14 spots, they could find 7 inside so that it's not so dramatic. And there is a problem because the city property needs to be asphalted anyway. So if they're putting in a sidewalk, in front of the sidewalk could be created parallel parking. It's already there. There's a big space where people are pulling in parking, and there are big ruts and holes. So the city could just smooth out the asphalt and mark in parallel parking next to the sidewalk, because the land is already there. The right of way is already there as a part of Crystal Park Road. But because I agree, we cannot wait for a study. It's now. It's happening now. And I am happy about this compromise. Thank you very much, Manitou Cabins people.
Okay, thank you. Carl?
Thank you. I just like to go on the record to
Name again, Carl, please.
Carl Stang, 204 Crystal Park Road. Just want to go on the record and say thank you to the owners for the compromise. I think that's a really great gesture, and I'm in agreement with that. If I understand it correctly, the removal of the 14 parking spaces along Crystal Park Road, and if that gets replaced with parallel parking, the sidewalk would actually end up as a parking protected sidewalk, which would give a much better experience for pedestrian users. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have a question for the developer.
Okay, could the applicant please come back?
You're getting a lot of walking in back and forth. You should-
made it.
My question is, I'm assuming there's some benefit if you were to get an approval this evening. And then you have to get your tier 3 study done before the subdivision process where you start with planning commission. What is the benefit to you of being able to get approval on something this evening without the tier 3? Or another way of saying it is, how will we set you back if we just say to you, we want to see the tier 3 first? Can you tell us the pros and the cons? So, because I know it has to be done eventually anyway. So, but there must be something you want to get done now.
To get a tier 3 would take possibly 6 to 8 months. The things in construction right now have gone out astronomically in price as well as length of getting them done. We're working on a project that has a geo land study. Just to get the geohazard landslide study took 8 months.
But if it
So-
has to be done before the subdivision, then how does it speed you up?
So that's what I understand. One of the comments was made where when a person comes in to buy a lot, they're going to strategically place that home on a certain area. So they have to do a geohazard study, typically to that foundation. So you don't usually do across the board with all the lots because each location of the foundation is going to be different from the other one. So you typically don't do it. The owner, the builder, they do that in conjunction of where that foundation and house is going to be.
But wait. Let me just stop you if I could, because then I'm not understanding. I thought that the city attorney just read, we want to have a tier 3 done before we subdivide, so we know whether all 9 lots are buildable or just 5 of them or what. We're not going to approve a subdivision without knowing, if I understood correctly, without knowing what the geohazard tier 3 looks like, because we don't want to end up with somebody coming here a year from now crying and insisting that they should be allowed to build a larger home than maybe 600 square feet, which is the only flat part or the only part that's below the 30-degree grade. So if you had to do this tier 3 study anyway before we go to subdivision, how does it help you to do it then as opposed to now?
The big thing we're trying to get done tonight is the ability to pull permits on those cabins. We are scared to death now that we're having increased vandalism take place. Homeless are going to show up. We're scary. You know, everyone talks about the ugly orange fence. Hopefully that does deter people from coming in there. But yeah, our mission tonight was to somehow be able to get some permitting done so we can work on the cabins. They're in bad, I don't know how people lived in those cabins with the Cheyenne Village, neglected those for 15 to 20 years. And I don't know how a health department didn't come in there, but they're in horrible, horrible shape.
No,
So
that's fine. So now I
that's
understand. With respect to the property, the homes that are already there, it
Correct.
allows you to move forward and to continue to protect them. And obviously you need to start off with a building permit.
Correct.
So thank you, because that answers my question. But your response at first made it sound like, oh no, we're not going to do a tier 3 before we go to subdivision. Did I misunderstand you? Because How
You-
are we
it-
supposed to approve your lots if we don't have the tier three?
The lots could come later.
Oh, you're not
you know,
gonna do
who-
a
who-
subdivision for another
yeah,
year or
we
two?
We want it, if you guys say to us, okay, we're gonna approve you guys so you can get working on the cabins. But, okay, we'll agree with you on the parking spaces. Is there a compromise on the tier three that allows us to get going on those cabins? I mean, we have options that are not pleasant,
Well, I think
that
the
we
compro-
shut the project down because it is so expensive.
I think
And
the
that's all
compromise-
so those are the two things. Parking, okay. How do we get around the tier three to satisfy the neighbors? And, when we're willing to go forward.
Well, but you're saying that you would be willing to do tier three before the subdivision
No,
proposal? Or you wouldn't?
We have to get going on the cabins. That's the thing.
That you can get going on the cabin. We're not deciding subdivision tonight.
We have to
No, we're not.
do, we will have to find out how long it's going to take to do the tier three study. I mean, it could be six months, a year. That doesn't do anything good for the cabins. Is what we're saying. So somebody help me
Yeah.
here. How do we figure that out?
Okay. Judith, you had a question or comment?
Well, again, appreciate your willingness to compromise. May I recommend that we have a second condition then that allows you, the first condition being the parking and removal of the spaces and I don't know if that can also include a consideration of the parallel parking, but anyway, the parking being the first condition that we'd have to spell out. And the second condition would be to start aggressively working on the cabins, knowing that you are in the process of obtaining a tier three prior to the subdivision. But I mean,
Counselor
if we just-
Chandler, that's wonderful. You craft the language for that because.
but I think that just having the language in there, Counselor Fortune, would appease the residents and also, since
Yeah.
it has to be done anyway, that
It
this
has
gives
to be
the
done.
developers an opportunity to start this phenomenal project and get those cabins restored, which I think we all want.
Here's a problem that goes back, to where we all began this project. We had actually requested for the east half of the development, east half of the site, with Sutherland Creek being the dividing line, separated from the west half. And we were told, no, that can't be done. The whole 9 acres has to be considered as one contiguous development. And we're fine with that. But you see the problem that we're encountering right now. I think we're in agreement from what I'm hearing that the offer to modify the parking and provide the continuous sidewalk that addresses the west side of the property. It doesn't address the east side of the property. And the same can be said for the tier three. Now, we have to provide, or tier three at some point in time will have to be provided. We don't deny that. It's just, and we've said this before, it was not a requirement presented to us to get to the major development plan approval this evening. We're not opposed to doing it, but Dale Stamp here, I mean, one thing that, why is it imperative for this to move forward? What have interest rates done in the last month? These guys have to borrow money to build this. They've got a mortgage on the property. Mayor, you had asked, where's a copy of the mortgage? And I'm sorry that there is a copy that we can provide you with. Obviously, it's required, but that's based on interest. And the longer that we postpone being able to move forward, the more expensive, and I hate to say prohibitively expensive. I mean, the sky's not the limit on what this property is worth. We're very aware of that, but we're also, there's a fine line in juggling the east side from the west side. The new part, the 9 lots, yes, it does need a tier 3. I don't know how you would craft the language, maybe the city attorney can help as far as making that a condition of approval so that we can move forward with the cabins. Again, it separates the new with the existing, and I don't know if we're allowed to do that. We were told we couldn't.
You were told that you couldn't change the zoning to eliminate the Keithley cabin the log cabin requirement. You were not told that. That's different
Counselor,
from what we're
that's not
talking.
correct. We wanted to provide two separate development plans for the entire property, and we were told that it had to be submitted as one contiguous property.
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to close the public comment. We'd gone around the table and got a sampling from all the counselors. I have not weighed in yet. Those comments were made before the applicant made the offer to provide a continuous sidewalk. I think that was a generous offer. I will say in generally, I am supportive of both of the motions as the staff recommendations have been presented. The concerns of the residents before homes can be built there, it has to go through the subdivision process, and we'd have to have the tier 3 work done. So to answer the question of the folks who live on the ridge above that, if we approve this tonight, and I personally hope we do, that would set the next step would be to go into the subdivision process and do the tier 3 work, which means that would be completed before lots could be sold. I believe that's correct, according to the city attorney.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Again, I will say, I think the offer by the applicant to do the continuous sidewalk, that does a lot. It seemed to resonate favorably with residents in the neighborhood. That is a street that needs some pedestrian safety improvements. I think that's a step forward. I can very much appreciate the fact that the developer, the applicant, is taking a risk. And in these uncertain times, there have been a lot of delays. I mean, there was COVID, now we have inflation and interest rates and all this uncertainty. If we really want to embrace this historic preservation and protecting these cottages, I think we should turn the developer loose and let him start fixing those cabins. Looking at those pictures tonight, they're pretty disturbing. That stuff's, it needs a lot of TLC. So my personal feeling is that we can go ahead and would approve that. That said, we have two pieces of business before us. The first is the major change of appearance certification, MCAC 2211. That deals with approval to demolish 3 of the non-contributing historic properties on the property. I would make a motion then to uphold that City Council uphold the recommendation presented by the Historic Preservation Commission regarding MCAC 2211 for demolition of a maintenance shop garage constructed in 1975 or thereabouts, and 2 duplexes constructed in 1967 at 183 Crystal Park Road, with the following finding: it has been demonstrated that it would be economically infeasible to rehabilitate or relocate the 3 structures.
Second.
I have a friendly amendment to offer.
I would listen to that.
Well, here's where I'm coming from. Let me find my notes because it was a while ago we went over this. I do not want to set a precedent of authorizing the demolition proposal based on the economic circumstances, because I do not believe the economic circumstances are dire. This is a big piece of property and lots of options are available. And I'm just concerned about the impact in the future. So I would much rather say that the reason we are allowing the demolition is based on the professional report, that this is, I think the language is non-contributing to the historic aspect of the neighborhood, or whatever the correct lingo is. I would rather that we vote for that reason and not include the economic excuse, if that, and it's the same result.
Okay, Julie, I guess I would be willing to add that as another reason, but I would still keep that it's economically infeasible. I think that's important. But if you would like to, I would be willing to say, and the professional judgment. Can you suggest the wording again, please?
I'm sorry, what was that last thing you said?
Okay, I'm sorry, I wouldn't accept that verbatim as a friendly amendment, but if you'd like, I would be willing to add that criteria in with the economically infeasible.
Okay, so in other words, you would say for both reasons that were presented in staff report, not just that it's not contributing.
I could say that I'd be willing to add that it's not contributing.
But you're not willing to take out the economic necessity.
No, I think
Is that right?
I think that's significant.
Okay.
You know, it's going to be the same. I mean, get the same result.
It's the same result. Yeah. It's just that then next month or next year, when someone else comes along and they say, oh, it's too expensive. And we're like, we have precedent, you know, you allowed the cabins to use, it's too expensive as an excuse. And it's the precedent that I'm concerned about, that we're setting this by including the financial. And since the financial isn't essential to our decision, that way I feel it's a more conservative, safe approach.
So you would say in the professional judgment, wait, what was, yeah, give me that clause
Oh, I
again.
can say, well, here, let's just go right to the staff report. They had perfect language in there. Hold on. Let me pull that back up. Or here, I can just do this myself. Where's that report? Oh, no, it's in our packet. Hold on. What language would you give for the motion itself? Well, here it is. Well, before I get into the specific language, so Mayor, it was the packet that says, let's see.
I was looking at the memo, the recommended action section on the memo for the first agenda item.
I'm trying to find the one where we hired these professionals who said, these are from the 70s. They don't look very historic. They're non-contributing. So I guess I'd be comfortable by saying, based on the fact that there's been a expert report issued indicating that the proposed properties to be demolitioned are non-contributing to the historic neighborhood and are appropriate to be demolished based on the professional report that says they're non-contributing and they're not, there's nothing to lose by demoing them. I'm sure there's better language
Okay, well, let's try this.
in that
Okay,
report, but that's my point, is to say that that's our reason. I don't want to use the economic reason. It just makes me nervous about the next time someone comes in and says it's too expensive. So let me just, give me a waiver.
all right, so let's try this. Okay, so the last sentence of what I had proposed said, it has been demonstrated that it would be economically infeasible to rehabilitate or relocate the three structures. Suppose we change that sentence to, it has been demonstrated that the three structures are non-contributing to the historic district.
That would make me very happy.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
hey,
That's,
excuse
because
me,
that's good enough reason. You
Mr.
don't have to-
Parker?
Yeah.
Mr. Parker? Okay, so Therese, I'm glad to see a smile on your face, sir.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just reading code provisions as we speak.
I'm glad it makes you happy to do that. Okay, so if I were to take, let me do my motion again. I recommend city council uphold the I move that city council uphold the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Commission regarding MCAC 2211 for demolition of a maintenance shop garage and 2 duplexes at 183 Crystal Park Road with the following finding. It has been demonstrated that the structures are non-contributing to the historic district.
That's fine.
You okay with
And I
that?
will second that.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay, so I'm beginning to see some smiles. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Mr. Shada?
I vote yes.
Seven to zero in favor.
Okay, good. Motion is passed. Okay, gentlemen. Okay. Yeah, excuse me, the rest of the request of the applicant's been approved. Thank you. I guess that's where I absentmindedly said gentlemen, of course that. Okay, next item then is G2. That's the major development 2201. Major development plan for 183 Crystal Park Road, which is all part of this discussion. So I would entertain a motion. Nancy?
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve the major development plan in accordance with City Planning Commission and staff recommendation with the following conditions. A public facilities and service impact report shall be submitted and reviewed in conjunction with major subdivision application. 2, the required future major subdivision application shall be raised to the review authority of the City Planning Commission, making a recommendation, and City Council decision authority. And I'd like to add 2 conditions, one being that there will be a continuous sidewalk and there will be no parking spaces that back out onto Crystal Park or back out or pull out onto Crystal Park Road over those sidewalks. And 2, that a tier 3 study will be done prior to major subdivision submission. That's repetitive, but that's okay.
I second.
We have a motion a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote.
Counselor Shreda, would you like to vote on that?
I vote yes.
7-0 in favor.
Okay, motion is approved. Very good. Let's take a 5-minute break to stretch our legs and let people clear out if they want, and then we'll get back to it.
All of those people have either lived there, one of the persons is an 80-year-old lady who grew up in the cabin, and she wanted to buy a cabin for her granddaughter for a starter. And there's the story. Yeah, look at this. Appreciate your work.
I'm not even noticing it. I'm just like.
Now you're playing solitaire. I know it. Still playing voting. Meeting last night was 6 hours. So I think somebody was like, here's the school board. I read, somebody was like, you need a cape. I'm like, yeah, I can sit through the longest meetings forever. That's my superpower. And then I have my art center board meeting tomorrow. So I do the 3 in a row on the 3rd week of every month. It goes school get out of bed in the morning. The school board, city council, art center. It's hard. It's the same. I don't think that'll take very long. I really don't.
That's how I started this whole thing.
I know. I know. No.
There's no astroturf, there's no. We have to postpone Skylar's last opportunity to present to council. I'm tired of shaking anyone's hand. What's that? I know, yeah. I do think that, I think there is probably gonna be an RPP in the street though, within 3 years of those going. That's okay. Because they're not gonna, people aren't gonna wanna compete with the people that put it to bring in the groceries. Like it's- Sorry. Well, we'll figure it out. I thought about that too. I thought, in my head, I thought, well, yeah, the more oddness you put in, like with, Lover's Lane. At one point, I said, oh, you should make that one way, and everyone said, no, it's two-way, everybody drives slower, because it's dangerous. So it was an odd thing that happened. Oh. It should be okay. Yeah. I know. Swallowed. I'm not giving no. That's fine. Yeah, this is one of those things. That's how she started. She did the same thing. She swallowed funny and started coughing and choking. Yeah, so. This is going to say. Got off the plane this afternoon. He was like exhausted. I'm my husband. Sitting there like, also I did. The questions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because it's right. Six, or 4 hours. So, well, that's more than that. It's 10 hours too. Yeah, I don't want to figure it out. I gotta stop. My longest was 6. The longest was 4. Yeah, we did. My longest started at 6. Why? Why did we here? Yeah, so it started at 6:30 and we did 2:30. Yeah, because ours was an alpha budget. Yeah. Just two more. And he was like, those when they go that way. Well, that's it. Your brain just stops. Yeah. It's your brain not working. Then the next day you're not supposed to go to work. You're exhausted. That's it. 2:30 in the morning. I still had to be in the work. Yeah, 7. And you're just like, yeah. And I was like, seriously, from that, like the mayor, at that particular time, he's like the morning person's meeting, but like 4 o'clock. Yeah. So he was like, now. Yeah, sometimes I'll just stay awake. Yeah. No, I think to me, oh, where of the world thought. My husband said, yeah, it's like, okay, away. 4 minutes to sleep. Yeah. But I'm also tired. I'm not. That's probably one of the reasons I do okay. Yeah. Council meetings. Yeah, no, they get the worst of me. You're great. I like your.
There was a point. No, I've done it. Yeah, well, do what you have to do. Yeah, you can't think if you're thinking about themselves. It's the alternative. I don't know, I'm falling apart, I'm getting old. I'm not gonna.
Okay, if we could go ahead and get started again. All right. We can just. Okay, so our next item of business, is HI, first reading of ordinance number 2122, an emergency ordinance of the city of Manitou Springs, Colorado, extending its temporary moratorium on the acceptance of applications for vacation rentals until February 28th, 2023.
Can I make a motion?
Well, since Hannah's taken.
I'm ready for a motion.
Seriously, Hannah, in 25 words or less.
We want to do February, I'm not going to count the words, but we want to do February 28th in order to get appropriate time for the new code and for staff to outline a process to get the new applications done and approved appropriately. That's all.
Good, thank you. Any questions or for Hannah from council? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading ordinance number 2122, an emergency ordinance of the city of Manitou Springs, Colorado, extending its temporary moratorium of applications for vacation rentals to February 28th, 2023, effective immediately.
I second.
We have a second by Michelle. Any further discussion? If not, let's vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Shida, how would you like to vote on that?
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Seven to zero in favor.
Okay, motion is approved. Thank you, Hannah. Next item, H2 Soda Springs Park Master Plan, Phase 2. Skylar?
Save the best for last, right?
Right. In 25 words or less.
Or is this a punishment making me go last because I did submit my resume? Yeah,
Yeah.
I see how it is.
Sorry. Memories.
Yeah. All right. Skylar Beck, Parks and Recreation Director.
I'm Mia Reckesons with Ford Copeland Mocht, landscape designer.
All right. So what we have to present to you tonight is a revised version of Soda Springs Park. We are focusing on phase 2 for your approval tonight. So that is the playground and a few minor improvements to the sidewalk and things like that. We last discussed this with you a couple weeks ago on September 20th and got some really good feedback. So our recommendation is to have a joint work session with PARIB and City Council probably in January to further discuss the master plan for phase 2. So what we are presenting tonight is approval of just phase 2. One of the suggestions from council was to meet with kids and get their feedback. So I actually went to the Manitou Elementary earlier today, met with a couple of different classrooms in grades 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And that was actually very enjoyable for me. And I want to share some of the feedback that I got from them because I think it's important not only for this project, but for future park projects and the future of the Parks and Recreation Department. So I asked them a question: why do you like parks? Some of the things that they said is it's a place where I can go to be with my family and friends. It's a place where I can make new friends. It's a place where I can explore new things to play on. It's a place where I can enjoy unique play features. It's a place where I can pretend and make up games. It's a place where I can move, spin, climb, jump, swing, and slide all in the same place. It's a place where I can enjoy trees and pretty plants. And my favorite, it's a place where I can make memories with loved ones. So that's what parks do in this community. I also presented the concept plans for Soda Springs Park that we presented to you a couple weeks ago, and has certainly been part of this process for several months. And I asked their favorite features of each of those plans and what they liked, didn't like. And I won't go into all those details in the comments and stuff, but I'll just say that there is lots of support for what we are proposing to you tonight. And we feel great about the direction that we are headed with Soda Springs Park, and are really value the feedback that we got.
And just to tack on to that, it was great to hear all the wonderful things that the kids were experiencing from parks. And we had a public meeting on May 9th that we did a dot voting exercise. So kids and families were there putting dots on things. And you can see on the screen here, these 6 images were the 6 top rated play structures that kids and families were voting on at that public meeting. And next slide, we can jump right into phase 2 plan. So it's kind of hard to see on the screen, but everything outlined in red is what we're proposing for phase 2. And like Skylar mentioned, everything that's faded back in the background we'll be discussing and coordinating together as a group later on. So in the actual red outline, we have focused on the playground and connectivity and accessibility. So the Crusher Finds walkway that's connecting basically phase 1 on the western portion of the site down to the bridge just south of the pavilion is one of the pieces. The other piece is the existing sidewalk that is on the north side of the pavilion. Oh, thank you. Perfect. So this area right here is the north existing sidewalk that abruptly ends right where the dot is currently shown. So we're proposing to replace that sidewalk with the rose-colored concrete that matches the rest of the site, and then continue that walkway to make a fully accessible connection to the walkway that's along the parking along the north side. The other portion is the playground. So we have 2 accessible pieces coming in, a new ADA ramp, and then on the western portion, we're taking out a small segment of the retaining wall to slope the walkway down into that space as well. So 2 accessible pieces, and along the north side, we also have some planting enhancements that will be native planting and will be low plants that will not be blocking any views into that space. And then the playground equipment itself. So next slide, we can jump right into that. So a lot of the things Skylar heard from the students was climbing features, spinning features, places to make memories, and all of these pieces we discussed together with people on site, children at the schools, and a lot of the really neat features here basically have a lot of climbing abilities and custom features that can be added on, custom colors, fun spinning pieces where multiple kids can get on at the same time and spin together. And then the two really great pieces that are existing and well used are the existing swings and the comp-hand spinner in the bottom right-hand corner. So those pieces are going to stay, and then all of the dated or broken pieces on site will be replacing with these. Next slide. And this is just a quick slide to show some of the customization. You can add a lot of climbing features on the outside of the structure, a lot of slides, lots of colors for different age groups from 2 to 5 and then 5 to 12 as well. Next slide. And this is a fun, really, this is a fun rendering just to kind of help visualize what that space would look like with sort of a custom, really unique structure to play into the story of water. And then some mountainscape, little climbing pieces in the back, and then spinning elements on either end of the park, and then some wood log climbers, and then the existing spinning and swing pieces as well. So next slide. And then just really brief, the cost estimate. Thank you. I won't go into detail about all the different elements here, but this is just a culmination of everything that you saw on the previous slides, as well as some additional items like a new survey and construction costs and things that are kind of tacked on the end. So the very last number is about 680 grand, give or take. And then Skylar actually has some information about some grants as well.
Yeah, so we currently have $250,000 in our budget that we are requesting to carry over into next year for this project. And there is a state grant opportunity. It is specifically for outdoor recreation infrastructure, and this project would be a great fit for. So the next deadline for that is December. So if council supports this phase 2 that we are proposing, I would recommend that we go after that grant and go after the full amount, because there's no minimum match requirement for that. So this actually works out really well and would help accomplish phase 2 in as early as 2023.
And Skylar, you have that grant completed and ready to submit before you leave, correct?
No, but I have someone lined up who will write the grant, and a staff member in the planning department who will write the grant, and we've already had a lot of good meetings, and that is underway. No, not Dylan.
Thank you, Skylar.
I apologize for flying through that so quickly. I know everyone's
No,
tired, but if you have questions, feel free. to ask.
That's okay. So questions? Julie?
I'm sorry if you said this and I missed it, but I'm not clear, other than the playground equipment itself. You said you were also going to be doing something where the red is along our graphic here in the packet, the red lines. I don't know if it would help to go back to the picture rendering maybe, but what does this entail other than playground equipment?
Other than the limits of the new playground space, it would add an accessible pressure fines walkway on the
Is that
south
the
side.
red stuff? Is that
It is.
That's already used as a pathway?
Correct. So if you remember in phase 1, we have sort of a crush, it's almost like a fine gravel, kind of a rose colored walkway that kind of weaves through the first phase, and then that'll just continue on down. Same material, and has like
Can
a
you point
concrete.
where you're talking
Oh,
about?
sure. Sorry.
Because
Keep
I'm not
forgetting I have
tracking
this.
you. What you're saying.
So this is existing right here. This is a concrete little ending piece to that bridge. And then we would just continue that crusher fines walkway along here, just to the other bridge that's right here.
And that's where there's just like dirt now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just dirt right now.
And then what's the red on the other side of the park along the street? or
Right here?
Along Park Avenue?
This area?
That whole red line, yeah.
So this is existing planting areas and we're proposing to upgrade the irrigation and add new planting that's native and low to the ground so you can visibly see into that space without any.
Will there be a drip system or what kind of irrigation system are you
It would
putting
be
in?
drip. Yeah, those are actually not very wide planting areas.
Right.
I did not mention before that we would be replacing the steps that are right here. They're a little bit damaged, so we would just be replacing those and then adding a couple bike racks along that walkway as well.
And is that red line through the middle of the park that's a little bit wavy there that goes around? Is that also the red crushed stuff?
This is actually colored concrete through here. There's existing concrete from this point to about here. And then we're proposing to continue the concrete walk to connect it fully, to make it fully accessible.
Okay, and then how about the other red line that goes west?
This one? Oh, the retaining wall over. Oh, sure. So the wall is actually going to stay as is. There's a retaining wall containing that playground, but we are going to be adding new EWF, which is engineered wood fiber, to the entire playground. So that's why we kind of encapsulated the whole play space.
What does that look like, engineered wood fiber?
It's like wood chips. You
Oh.
kind of see pretty common in playgrounds and
Okay.
when they put in new equipment, they'll need to replenish it to make sure the critical fall heights are safe and the depths are correct. So if a kid falls off of a playground piece, the depth is gonna be safe for them to land on.
I have a quick question on the crusher fines.
Sure.
Is that ADA, meets ADA
It
compliance?
is. There's a stabilizer that's added to the crusher fine, so it doesn't migrate or move too much. So a wheelchair can easily move across it.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Nancy?
So needless to say, I was very confused by the packet. Because I was looking at the updated map, when I saw updated master plan, I thought that that was what we were looking at and the phase 2 in there. And I totally missed this. So I go back again to Julie's question, and I know you already explained this, but the only change, the only thing is a couple of sidewalks, crusher fine and playground equipment.
That is correct. Yes, everything that you see in this faded out white
Well,
space.
And the drip system?
Correct.
That's part of the
That is correct.
680,000
It
or
is.
whatever.
Mhm.
How much is this grant offering to pay? I mean, if we get it.
They have a bucket of funds available. I believe it's 5 or 6 million. And whenever it's gone, it's gone. So.
Oh, it's not one of those things where they say, you can apply for anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000 each
Nope,
or no
it's,
limit.
I think it was part of the stimulus package for infrastructure. So they, state of Colorado specifically earmarked it for outdoor recreation. So it's actually a great opportunity for us. It just came out in July. So kind of had my eye on this and we, decided to kind of focus on phase 2 and take advantage of this grant opportunity. And then, like I said, we'll address the other elements of the master plan at a later date with council and para.
And so if we approve this and you don't get the grant, then we have 250,000 to put toward this, then what would you do? You would have to come back and ask us if there's a way we could just narrow it down to 250,000 worth of work or?
Yeah, I mean, either we got to find more money or we work with what we have. So that would be a discussion to have at a later date when we know that. And, we'd work with Mia and her team to figure out the best use of those funds.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Comments? If not, entertain a motion. Nancy?
Sure, I move to approve the Soda Springs Park Phase 2 plan, which includes only the playground and a sidewalk, right? Pretty much. It's
Sidewalk.
not the phase, I just want to make it real clear, it's not the
Correct.
phase two that's in the master plan.
Correct. It is just the playground, concrete walkway, and the Crusher Fines
Okay.
walkway.
And the drip
And the
system.
drip system,
Okay,
landscape improvements, bike rack. Resetting of some picnic tables, which I failed to mention as well.
okay, so
Nancy-
I'm just trying to figure, yeah.
You
Julie?
might just say, approve the plan that was submitted tonight.
Yeah, well, there was,
and that-
everything was submitted tonight.
No, not the 600,000, just has what was approved, what they
Okay.
said tonight. So just
so-
approve
Okay.
as submitted tonight. So that will outline.
Oh,
everything.
just to prove the cost estimate. You have to reference the cost estimate. Is that what you're
No, the
suggesting?
plan,
Amy?
they, because they need
There's-
the plan to go to submit with the grant.
Yeah, there's a new phase two. Okay, so phase two is only what we presented to you tonight. With the
Okay.
Playground, the trails and all that.
Okay.
Phase three is probably going to be the rest of the park.
So to restate my motion, I move that we approve the phase two plan that was submitted tonight, which is not the phase two plan that was in the updated master plan.
I second that.
That works.
Thank you, John.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, let's vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Shada, or would you like to vote on that?
Yes.
7-0 in favor.
Okay, motion is approved. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you for sticking around. Said, long time getting there. Yeah, okay, well. Okay. Feel like, let's go, Skylar. Thank you. Yep. Mhm. Okay, so we're at council correspondence. Judith?
Oh, just one quick thing, that I just thought of. I was having trouble opening my packet. So I had to go to the city website to, access the resident packet and somehow I clicked on, city council. I guess I was supposed to. And I just wanted to let you know that Nancy Fortune is listed as Ward 1 and Natalie Johnson is listed as Ward 2. So I'm gonna flip that. Yeah, so Kate. No, but that, I just noticed that today. I guess I was supposed to, because that, it wasn't my intention to click on that, but anyway, Nancy, it's, yeah, you'll see it. That's all, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Judith. And Natalie has something.
Well, I just wanted to remind folks that this Sunday is the warm clothing drive at City Hall, and I don't know the times. Is it like 11 to 1? It's like he's collecting clothes from 9 to 11. I don't, just, there's a warm clothing drive. Sunday.
And it's right at the MAC or
No, it's here, right?
you're
City
at
Hall.
City Hall. Okay.
Mhm. And Rick Hudson's coordinating it, but they're collecting more warm items in the morning and then they're distributing early morning, afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, Nancy, Julie? Okay. Well, there's one thing I need to bring up, and that was, Julie, that's the email you sent out this morning. Yeah, this is the one, it starts off, and I think all of council got it. It says this proposed October 26th meeting is misleading because the public will not be informed about how much money Denise wants to give back to the COG. Denise does not give the money back to the COG. No single individual gives money back to the COG. Any person who has been in a city council meetings knows that that is not a decision that any single person makes. If it is to be done, it would be done by a majority vote of council. I don't know where you're coming from. I'm saying, Julie, this was a pretty malicious, in my mind, a malicious and even delusional email. So if you can explain yourself, this is your opportunity.
Yes, I'd love to. And I apologize if it came across as so caustic. I was very upset because this has come up so many times and it still keeps happening. So as I recall, we've never voted. I mean, I've been on council since you have, and we've never voted on whether or not we approve allocating the full amount to appropriate to the COG, or part of it or none of it. We've never been given an opportunity to vote on that. And we've never had the numbers even revealed to us in the budget book, because they're not in the budget book, because the auditor said it's okay to not put it in the budget book. And then the city attorney wrote a very nice email, diplomatic, that said, this is one way you could do it, but it's legal what they did, but they could just also be transparent and tell you. So I feel that if the public is unable to know how much we're supposedly going to give back to them or not give back to them or to vote on in November, then I just feel that that lack of transparency is really offensive. And the reason I said Denise is the one that's making this decision is because Denise is the one, as head of the city, who is deciding whether or not to put these numbers on the COG kickback, or whatever you want to call it, rebate, into our budget book or anywhere else. And attaching a contract at the end of a budget doesn't give the public any information. If I had been more knowledgeable when I first came on council, I would have said, wait a minute, we're approving a budget. Where's yes or no, are we going to fund the URA this year? Where's yes or no, are we going to, if we're going to do the rebate to the COG? That was never brought up because it was very untransparent. And once I brought that up and I was like, I would really like this to be in the budget book this year. And again, it's not. And I really appreciated that Becca was willing to say, well, the amount that I assumed we would give them was 600 and something thousand. But it's still nowhere given to us in a public way. I find it so upsetting that Denise has decided that she's not going to have Becca put the numbers in the budget book so that the public can see and can know.
I don't think Denise decided to do that. I think basically, my guess is we took the budget book from the previous year and we worked off of that, and it hadn't been incorporated previously, so nobody thought to put it in. Should we? Yes, we've talked about it. We've talked about trying to make it more transparent. Overall, the city has tried, we put the budget online. Anybody with an internet connection can look at the Manitou budget. Can we enhance it? Yeah. And Jeff and Becca both gave us some ideas of how we should. We're trying to get to a better place. We're trying to be more professional and more thorough, and that's fine. Sometimes things are not perfect. Sometimes things get overlooked. So it takes, if everybody can think of things that need to be done, that's fine. Now, last week, when you brought it up, Denise had emailed me during the meeting, said, should I put this on an agenda? And I think I said, you will put it on a future agenda, but I didn't know when to put it on. She said we had time November the 1st. It was not a heavily loaded meeting. So she went ahead and did that. So, certainly she made the effort to bring this in front of council and to have the materials. So you should know that. Okay.
Well, I know that because, well, I didn't know what you just said, but I know that when we were here last, I said, way before this budget book was put together, we had a discussion about how this shouldn't be secret. It should be public. The public has the right to know. I have so many people who say to me in town, it seems like we'd have so much money in Manitou with the pot stores and everything. Why are my streets still looking so lousy? And why is this and why is that? I want people to know how the money that we're spending is being spent, and they can provide input. So if we're going to discuss it on November 1st and the public gets to discuss it on October 26th, that's a problem to me, because on the October 26th, there's nothing in the budget book that talks about this. It's hidden. It's a secret. It's not there. Like, at least with the bank statement, if I accidentally put, money into an account, then I take it right out, but it still shows money in, money out. So you can see, oh, it's going in, it's coming out. But it's still not even in this year's budget books. And now we're having a public meeting before the number is even announced. So even if anyone does go to that meeting, they're not going to know about it
Natalie has.
unless
comment.
they're listening.
I just have a quick,
tonight.
so we're going to discuss it on November 1st. I'm wondering if we should discuss it on November 15th, so we know the results of the election. It's going to impact how I feel about it based on whether the marijuana tax or the recreational marijuana passes. And
Well, and
I
so,
like that idea. And
well-
I also like the idea of if we're going to have a public meeting, and I understand Denise said, well, only one person showed up last year. So, I mean, I guess, we're not misleading that many people if there's just one person who's going to show up. But I'd like them to show up after the budget. The budget book has a big sticker on front, or there's something in the newspaper or some announcement that says there's going to be a meeting of city council on such and such a day. And one of the things they're discussing is how to handle the appropriation this year, because we have to do an annual appropriation. We've never done an appropriation, Mayor. We haven't. You signed the check. You're the one who decided to
No,
appropriate.
I
it 'cause you
didn't
signed
decide
the
it and I
check.
didn't sign the check.
Well, I didn't sign the check. Who gave them the money last year? Who signed that check? It were two big checks. It amounted to over $500,000 or $600,000.
Okay, so
was
when the
the
agreement was set up, there was a ceiling and the intent was that the excess money would be rebated and given back to the cog
We
really.
have to appropriate it. I mean, we're
I-
allowed to appropriate it. Like, we can't appropriate giving tax money back to Patsy's Candy because there's no ordinance about that. But
Okay.
we are allowed to appropriate money back to the COG, but we have to know how much and have a vote on it. And after all my fussing, we finally got the right to vote, and I'm very happy about that, and I do appreciate that. But I thought, why are we having a public meeting before the public gets the information?
Well, because we don't always have the information. I
Well,
mean,
well,
okay, November 1st, we'll talk about it. The public is invited to come. We get typically, thank you, Ann, for being there, but this is what we often get at a city council meeting. Denise tries to do her thing. And it was Bob Todd showed up to ask questions, and he had probably pages of questions. But, the public's right to know sometimes gets headlong with the public's indifference to care. And we've tried to make this accessible. Alex has a one button click and you can get from the city's webpage, you can get to the budget. That I think is a real strong effort at transparency.
Yes,
Are
I
we as
appreciate
transparent as we should be? We could always add more things. Can we remember to do things like, discuss the COG thing on an annual basis or something? We should probably do that. We can get better. Okay. This really wasn't an agenda item, so we probably shouldn't talk about it at great length, but
Or Judy will
Okay.
yell at you. at the end.
okay, anyway. Okay, so I'll finish up, city administrator or Judith.
I know this is not an agenda item, and so, if we need to hold off, but I do have an experience of this. I'm not speaking to the email itself. I'm speaking to the issue of the COG. And this being my third budget year, I do remember the conversation that we had last year about the COG payments not being in the budget book. And I also recall, and I don't know if it was a city attorney, but I do recall saying that, by the council approving the budget, you are approving the COG payments, even though they weren't in the budget book in 2020 or 2021. And I didn't even know to ask. And so those are the things that I'm concerned about. And so I appreciate that the issue has come up. I appreciate that we're going to be talking about it. And I think going forward, any issue like this, whether it's, Christmas lights or whatever, that I want to know what the total is. I want a page that says, it needs to be easier for council, I think, and it also needs to be easier and more accessible to our residents too.
Great, thank you. If there's nothing else from council, let's hear the city administrator's report. Roy?
I have nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Lucky you. Denise?
Two quick things. October 30th, which is Sunday, is the diversity training. So please make sure you have that on your calendar. It's from 9 to 1. He'll show up at 8:45 at the high school. So we'll give you all the updates. No lunch, none of that is going to be provided. So please bring your drink and your snacks or whatever you might want to do. And then I do want to mention, it is in the budget book. If you go online, it is in the budget book regarding the COG. So you can read it. And Julie, you brought it to our attention that it was not. Remember a couple of weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, whatever it was, Becca explained why it wasn't. She missed that during, as she was putting it together. You brought it to our attention. I sent you an email back saying, good catch, and we updated it online. So that is in the budget book now. It is online, so you can go and look at it. Becca sent you that email today with that information and exactly what is included. So that's been included for a little bit. I think
Wasn't
it
that
was.
just the contract? that she
Nope,
put-
nope, it's
Okay.
she sent you an email stating exactly what it reads, and it was in the budget book, and yes, we did miss that, and Julie brought it to our attention, and we fixed it immediately, and it will be discussed. The mayor has asked it to be on a future agenda item, so it will be, and it's on all future budget books. It's supposed to be. That was according to Jeff and to our auditor. And so we do apologize. We did miss that, but we added it as soon as Julie brought it to our attention. So it is on the budget book and it is transparent.
Can I ask her a question?
Sure.
I was locked out of my email all day and I still can't get into it, the city email. So can you just tell me, did the email from Becca tell us what it's called or how to find it in the budget book? Like,
It says, I'm adding a chart to the note to include the amount of previous reimbursement and the estimated reimbursement for 2022 in the notes of the revenue, which unfortunately was left out of the proposed 2023 budget due to it being a new element. And in the midst of preparing proposals and other required schedules, I forgot to provide Alex with the notes to the general fund, but it will be in the budget for the first reading, and it is included on the city website with the proposed 2023 budget. The notes are attached, and please see the snip of the updated note below. And it says the amusement or excise tax of 5% charged on tickets or fees paid for entertainment and is included in the cost of the ticket or fee. Attached, please see an agreement approved in 2011 between Manitou and Pikes Peak Cog Railway and the city of Manitou Springs. The term is for 50 years and limits the amusement tax the Cog Railway pays the city. The city reimburses the Cog ridership railway for tax in excess of the amount reflected in Exhibit A, and it goes on and explains it. So all of that is in the budget book and it's online.
thank you. Good to know.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.